All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the live stream discussion and chat on What's the Obsession. Why is this not up here? Okay. So I'm so glad you're all here. I'm just going to play you a little intro video before we get started, and then we will get right into the Nutgate timeline and the timeline after. Please be sure to answer the question in the poll that's in the chat. And again, thanks, guys, so much for being here.
Don't know if this is in order. I'm not sure exactly what this is referring to. I think this one at the bottom, oh my god, that's absolutely big, ridiculous. They would freak out. That, do you remember when I told you, like, I was always kind of like incorporated kids and stuff? I mean, even if it wasn't like directly like me and him, but just like I was always thinking cute stuff when I'd see stuff and I was like, oh my god, little girls would like that. I would show him, and I found this box of Lucky Charms that was unicorn Lucky Charms, and I thought they were really cute, and I texted it to him, and I was like, do your little girls know about these, because they're awesome, and I was like, little stuff like that, and I don't think that that's the 13th, because I don't think they talked to him that day. What day was the 13th? I can't remember.
Monday.
Was it Monday?
I gotta look.
Wait, Bella. Bella, let her. Bella. Let Cece go, please. Cece, squat run. Squat run. Squat run. No, not squat. Look, Cece. Look at mommy. Cece. Cece. Celeste.
I'm wondering if that's where that came from.
So Charlotte is your friend, she's your closest friend. You guys have this conversation, but it never went anywhere besides her. You never mentioned it to Chris. You never said anything about your kids, or his kids, pardon me, damaging your guys' relationship.
No.
On August 12th, according to phone records, Miss Kessinger tells her friend Charlotte about Watts for the first and only time. The next day, on August 13th, Chris Watts' family disappears, never to be seen again.
Never. And I mean, even in that, it wasn't like I never said that his kids were the problem. It's just like he already has a life. I don't know about that.
So, in light of what's occurred, though, what I'm trying to make sure is that there was never a conversation that you guys had that he might have thought that you were saying, I can't be with you if you have kids.
I wouldn't be with him if I couldn't.
Okay. So I'm just making 100% sure that those...
I promise you.
Okay.
Like, I really want you to get both these texts, because all the stuff I've been telling you will, like,
Okay.
sync up.
And I hope we can... I haven't been very lucky with your partnership.
Any of this was because she put it in your head or asked you to, or
She never. I mean, this whole relationship contributed to it.
sure.
But she never. She didn't want me to.
I mean, was it ever like, I wish you didn't have kids, I want to have, kids of my own with you, like...
She wants. I mean, she never knew if she wanted to have kids, but she said that. At one point, she said, "I'd like to give you a son."
Did she know that Shanann was pregnant with a boy?
No.
Did she know Shanann was pregnant?
No.
And why is that? You just didn't tell her?
I didn't know, like, because we had met.
But she didn't put that on Facebook.
That's
Like, how did
why-
she not see
I
that?
don't know. Maybe she did. She just waited for me to tell her, or she put it out of her head.
On July 14th, Shanann posted this picture to Facebook. Bought baby Watts first outfit. July 14th is the same day Miss Kessinger and Watts went to the Mustang Museum and returned to his house, where Miss Kessinger saw a picture of Shanann and one of the girls. She reports that she then tried to convince him to stay with his wife, but he reports she went a little ballistic. It's that same day Miss Kessinger told Watts she'd like to give him his first son.
They have some stuff. Yeah, I mean, they have. Did anyone else study it? No.
Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. I am having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath.
Hi. It's me. You guys just call me back when you have a chance. Hi. Hi. It's me. I miss your face. I was just calling to say hi. Call me back. Bye.
I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. And I mean, the reason I ask him this is because if I get into a relationship with somebody, I want to know, like, what kind of baggage that they have. I think that's important if I walk into a situation where I'm like, hey, I have good credit, and I have all these things, and I have all these things, and I have all these things, and I have all these things that I can't tell you, like, the exact words of the exact conversation at the exact time and place, because it's like we had a lot of conversations. I mean, we talked every single day, so it's like I'm trying to help you guys with the stuff, like the stuff that's more current. I can give you guys a lot more like detail and exact times. But when you're asking me about something that happened 6 weeks ago and exactly what was said, it's like, I mean, I'm sure I can give you a general idea, but to be honest with you, like to pinpoint exact words, it's not gonna happen.
I'm not.
Okay, so that just stopped for a minute there. Just 1 second. Let me make sure. Well, I'll check that in a minute. Hold it. Let me make sure my earbuds are charging. So hi guys, welcome everybody. I am so very glad that you are here, and let's just see who's here in chat. Wilson Man, so glad you're here. Hi Honey Bun, how are you doing? Hey Edward Schwein, glad that you're here. Hi Suspicious, how's it going, girl? Nancy N, oh my girl, my dreams have come true. Nancy N is here. Pride or Honesty is here. All of my dreams have come true, and all the rest of you, of course, as well. Hi Downtown Wonder, how are you doing? And Esther, how's it going? I'm so glad you're here. John McSmith, my friend, also glad you're here. Hey Blondie, hey Lil Cut, Lil Cut, like that. Crime Crochet and Are My Hyper Focus. I just love that name every time I read it. Hi Muffy Dragon Slayer, I'm also glad you're here. Well, all of you, I'm glad you're here, obviously. Hi, Mrs. Kelly. How's it going? Hi, is it Michelina? I'm not sure, but hi, welcome. Is this going to be a video or is that girl going to do a discussion? We're going to do a discussion. Yeah, that was just like a little intro video. There'll be some videos that I'm going to share with you throughout the live chat and discussion, but yes, all of that too. Hi, Roguehouse. How are you doing? Welcome. Hi, Mela Lyons. How are you doing? And anyone else that I miss, I'm not going to keep going back up because then I'm going to get lost in chat and won't be able to keep up with it. StreamYard doesn't make it hard, makes it a little hard for you to keep up with your live chat. So I'm going to scroll back down. Hi, Ed said, how are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you. Hey, Anna King. Hello from Denver. Close to Frederick, Colorado. Ground zero for the Watts case, right? Hey, Joan, did I say hello to you? I'm so glad you're here. I hope you keep feeling better, darling. Yes, and this is an important message. Thank you for saying this, Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Kelly says, and I certainly second this sentiment, Happy Veterans Day to all who served and gave us freedom each day. Oh, and to my brother, whose 3rd year anniversary today, God bless. Awesome. That's great. Well, happy anniversary to your brother. And thank you so much for all the vets who are here and everywhere and watching this replay. And those who are never going to hear it, I can't even believe the sacrifice that these people make to, yes, give us our freedom. It's like really an amazing, beautiful thing. And I hope they know how appreciative so many people are. So, hey, Zara, how are you doing? Welcome. Hey, Mia M, how's it going? And Anna Moore, how are you? Touche, FN, and everyone else. I'm sorry if I missed anyone. So, hi, Gregory. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Hi, Patricia Daly. Okay, so Nutgate. Most of you, if anyone is familiar with a Watts case, it's likely that you're going to be familiar with an event that some people refer to as Nutgate. So Nutgate is an event that happened when Shanann Watts was visiting North Carolina. At first, the intention was for her to visit her family and, the Watts side of the family, since she had her children, Bella and Celeste, with her. And Chris Watts' parents are, of course, their grandparents, and Chris Watts' sister is, of course, their aunt. And they were just going to visit everybody. They were there for 5 weeks, I believe, without him. And then Chris Watts joined them for a week. Now, it is important to understand that the event Nutgate happened on July 8th, 2018. And hey, thanks so much, Esther. I really appreciate the super chat. She says, thank you, Watts the Obsession. Hey. Well, thank you for being here and contributing to the chats and for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. Hey, Sarah Lottie, how are you doing? So it's important to remember that, okay, so Nutgate happened on, let's see. I'm just getting all my stuff set up behind the scenes here too. Okay. It happened on July 8th, which is, just about a little before a month, about a month and a week before the tragic murders. So Nutgate happened the first weekend that Shanann and her kids, the Watts kids, Bella and Cece, were going to be staying with Chris Watts' parents. I believe the plan went like this. The Shanann and Bella and Cece were going to stay with her family during the week, and they were going to stay with Chris Watts' parents, Ronnie and Cindy, on the weekends. I believe, I'm not sure why that is actually. If I told you a reason, I would kind of be making it up because I'm not sure. So that was a plan. So the Watts parents, grandparents, Ronnie and Cindy, didn't even get to have their grandchildren stay with them for a full weekend before this craziness happened. Let's see, I'm trying to find a video I want to share with you here. There's so many of them. Okay, so I'm just going to play this cute little video of, it is Bella and Cece and Cindy Watts just kind of chanting or singing a little nursery rhyme that many of us know together the very night before Nutgate happened. So they actually stayed, Shanann, Bella, and Cece, stayed with Cindy and Ronnie Watts for one night. And then I believe it was the next day when Nutgate occurred. So let's just take a look at this. I'm going to bring this into the stream here. Welcome everybody who's come in. I'm so happy you're here. Settle in, get comfy, and you are always welcome at the What's the Obsession live stream and chat. We just ask that you be respectful to one another. Thank you. If there's any issues with the audio, please do let me know. I did get a new mic, so hopefully that helps. It's a Yeti.
Jumping on the bed, one fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed."
That means you too, Cece.
Oh, silly monkeys jumping on the bed, and one fell off and bumped his head. And Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed." One silly monkey. Silly monkey. One silly monkey. Silly monkey. Jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. And Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed."
Okay, so that was that. So, hi, Lauren. Hi, Sally. How are you doing? Whoops, let me stop this here. Ooh, da, 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 da. That's another video that would be interesting to watch, but there's only so much time in a live stream. So, yes, welcome, guys. Welcome to everybody who just came in. And, you know, those dissenters, if those dissenters are in chat, I don't really have a problem with that as long as people are being respectful to others in chat and, you know, being respectful to the victims and their families. Hi, DC Primetime. How are you doing? Welcome. I'm happy you're here. So Molson Man makes a really good point here. Molson Man says, and Cindy Watts prepped well for this month-long visit. She took Shanann Watts to Walmart and spent a lot of money getting items ready for their stay. That's right, Molson Man. And we're always on the same wavelength, Molson Man. I really like that. We're actually going to listen to an audio clip of Cindy Watts talking about, you know, what happened. It's from Miss Mensa's channel. So I want to give credit to Miss Mensa. Everybody go check out Mensa, like and subscribe. She's responsible for providing us with that audio. She had a relationship for a while with the Watts family, especially Cindy Watts. They seem to be pretty tight. And yeah, so we're going to be listening to that in just a moment. So we are going to get into the timeline. I do want to play you a few things to listen to and consider. Hi, SM. How are you doing? Oh, good. I'm glad we're discussing it again, too. You know, before we get into the timeline. So SM says, love this channel. Thank you so much. So glad to be discussing this case again. Me too. And I have so much material for you on the Watts case. It's kind of been on the back burner because I did get really into the Kylie Rodney case. And just like with the Watts case, I truly, in my heart of hearts, believe that there was an injustice done to the victims there. And, you know, it's on everyone's radar now. I felt really strongly about it. And I really kind of had to follow that content for a while. And I'm still going to. But the Watts case is nonetheless important, in my opinion. It's just, you know, there's only so many hours in a day, right? So, yeah, an EpiPen is RX only. That's for sure. Don't I know that, DC Primetime? Gosh, every time I run out, I have to get a doctor's appointment. I'm like, I hope I don't get stung in the meantime. Because I have a true anaphylaxis reaction to bees, a terrible one. And I know exactly what that's like. So, all right. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to, well, let's see if you can, let me see here. Okay. So I've made a little video for us. I might have to upload it to YouTube separately so you can hear the volume, but let's try it first. And if you don't hear the volume, let me know. I'll upload it to YouTube and play it through there. So you can hear the volume because, you know, StreamYard loves me and I love StreamYard. Oh. Let's see here. This is that. Yes, it is. All right. We're going to see how it goes. I don't know if that's not it. I'm sorry. Just one second, guys. Let's see. What did I call it here? Here it is. I think. I think. Welcome to everybody who just came in. Happy to see you guys here. Pro bars, they say. Let's see. Oh, wait, I think I know where it is. Oh, goodness. Sorry about this. Where did I put it? Shanann Watts. Nutgate, did you those are looked? Let me see here. So is this it? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, guys. I just can't find the video that I made. Okay, let me download it really quick. So I'm going to do that. Okay, just in case it doesn't. Well, let me try one more thing here. Let me try one more thing. Please keep everyone entertained, moderators. All right. There's so many freaking files on the Watts case, and I lost so many of them when my computer was hacked a few weeks ago when I was covering the Kylie Rodney case, which may or may not have been a good thing. I'm not sure about that yet, but yeah. Okay, here, let me download it really quick. There we go. Okay, so while that is happening, that's okay. We can be flexible here. Let's see. Oh yeah, thank you. Hey, I appreciate that, DC Primetime. You're good looking out. I can tell that you can be a strict parent, DC Primetime. That's a good thing, though. Probably a good thing. So, let's see. Okay, how can I reorder this so it makes sense for you guys? So let's do this. While I'm waiting for that video to download, and it shouldn't take very long at all, let's take a listen to, I want to share some different perspectives regarding what happened in Nutgate. So what I mean by that is perspectives from the people who may have been involved or may have been close to the family, so that, or the situation. So that might be Chris Watts, it might be Shanann, it might be Shanann's friends, it might be Nichol Kessinger, it might be Cindy Watts, or, there are other family members who knew about this situation who definitely had opinions. So while I'm waiting for that other video to upload, let's take a listen to what Nichol Kessinger had to say about what she knew of Nutgate from Chris Watts. I just kind of laughed to myself because, man, she knew a lot. And regardless of what topic we are talking about, my general opinion is that I'm always a little bit amazed at exactly how much Nichol Kessinger knew and how much accuracy and how many details she knew about things that were really none of her freaking business, right? So let's take a listen to this. Why does it say ads in 4? I have YouTube Premium. Crazy. Oh my gosh, come on. StreamYard. This is crazy. Wait. Okay. What the heck? Don't fail me now, StreamYard. Come on. Oh gosh, sorry guys. This program is killing me. Oh my goodness. Come on. Let me see if you guys can still hear me.
Something Dr. Tails here.
Let's see. Okay, guys. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry about that. I have no idea what happened there. That appears to be another StreamYard issue. There has to be another streaming service that I can use. Okay, so I'm going to bring this into the stream. Sorry about that. Oh, goodness. Here, let me just get back to my channel because I do not want to use something on somebody else's channel. It's going to get me in trouble here. All right. Okay, almost there. Okay, welcome to everybody who just came in. Sorry for the little technical blurb. I hope you guys are still happy to be talking about the Watts case. And somebody needs to help me find a new streaming service. Who's good at that? Molson Man? I feel like that could be you. Are you technological? I think that you are. Probably more so than, well, I am. Well, I've become a little more technological since starting this channel. Prior to that, I definitely would have not called myself technological at all, but you live and you learn. There we go. Okay. Hi. Okay. Bring this into the chat. And we should be good.
When he was in North Carolina, this is all like hearsay now because it's like this is not a conversation. Like he's telling me this stuff, but who knows exactly what happened. But he went out there to go see his family and her family. And while he was in town before he went out to North Carolina, I guess his mother had accidentally like not exposed her to something with nuts, but had like given a product, I think it was like ice cream, to a different kid that could have traces of nuts or something. I don't know. But it was like his daughter was fine, but she was like in the range of contamination. And I think his wife was very upset about that. And when he got to North Carolina, he told me that he was supposed to spend like half time with them, half the time with her family. And that was supposed to be what it was. I don't know. But he said that he went to go see his family and they weren't answering the phone for like a day or two before he went out there. And then when he got there, there was a note on the door that said, son, if you step by, we're at the beach. and they ignored him for like most of the time that he was out there. And
His own family?
yes, his mom, his dad, and
What do
his sister.
What's the significance? Do you know why?
Yeah, he said, and again, I don't know what is true with this man anymore and what's not, but he told me that, like, leading up to it, I was like, well, why are your folks like ignoring you? And I was like really concerned about this. Like every single day he would talk to me when he was out there, and I was like, you talked to your family today? You talked to your family today? Did you talk to your dad? What happened? Did you talk to him? No, I didn't. Or yeah, I talked to my mom. Well, what'd she say? Are you gonna hang out with him? Like I wanted him to see his people because it's important. Family is an important thing. You know, it just needs to function properly. And
Sure.
and so I was like, well, and he was like, well, they're ignoring me. And I was like, what do you think happened? And he was like, I'm not really sure, but I think something was said between my wife and them during that incident. And he's like, because every time yes, that happened before he got there, yes. And he's like, because every time that I try to
why am I don't know why
I think we're all
at
different
YouTube
that
Premium.
President
I'm
Trump
having so many issues
for the country
Okay,
that
only 3
will
seconds.
be long remembered, making a
Let's definitely not talk about
talk
President
about
Trump or
possibly
any
going
other
over there to see if
politics.
they're home.
No.
She gets upset about it. And I was like, okay. And he told me that his mom and his wife did not get along at all. He said that his mom didn't even show up to his wedding because she's like really did not care for Shanann. So again, I don't know what's true and what's not, but I just know that there was like some tension there.
Mhm.
And again, like that part is like, I feel like it's almost third party. So that's why
Sure.
I didn't even
Well, but
bring
it
that
came
up.
from to you. So whether it's important or not, we can validate that. I'm sure we will be having some conversations with family. You know, what does it mean? I don't know. But,
Yeah, I don't know either, but I just know.
so
like,
maybe she, I don't know.
well, and then he ended up seeing them on the last like full day that he was there, and they told him supposedly that she had gotten really upset and then screamed and yelled in front of Chris's sister's kids that are very young, and to his mom and to his dad, and said like, you're never going to see Chris again, you're never going to see me, you're never going to see the babies, and just like threatened them, and then like walked off. And I guess that was the incident that happened prior to him coming out there, and then she didn't tell him about it.
Mhm.
She just like let it go, and then he just spent all week trying to figure out why his family was like not trying to be involved.
Gotcha.
So again, I'm not sure. That was like it just feels really third party, so it's hard for me to like talk about because
Sure.
like, I don't know how
That's okay.
much validation.
So
there is and all that.
beyond the nut allergy for CC, did you know of any other? Does she take meds that you know of other than carrying an EpiPen?
His kids or his wife?
No, his children.
No.
And now, well, if you know anything about his wife's medical conditions, if she had any.
No, I've like read in the newspaper they keep saying, oh, she had medical conditions, and I'm like, is that a misprint? Are they talking about CC, or is that just something else I don't know?
So you don't know anything about
Nope.
Shanann having any kind of medical problems?
Nope.
Okay. Covered Saturday. So there's a phone call Saturday night, actually, from, it can't be Saturday, it had to be Sunday. Quickly. Sunday night. Is there anything else you think? Let me just back up from the Saturday where you guys had a meal at the Lazy Dog to prior for the 6 weeks that you guys were serious. And although your dad's here, and I think you're probably pretty comfortable, your relationship with Chris was, can you describe your relationship?
I mean, when he was with me, I considered it to be fairly healthy. It was open communication, and it was what I thought was honest, and it was very calm. It was respectful. We got along really well. He gave me my space when I needed it. I gave him his, and anytime like he wanted to take care of it, like anytime that his kids could be in like his life for hours or days or whatever, whenever they were home, I made sure that I wasn't a presence in his life so that he could be the best dad that he needed to be. And I mean, I thought what we had, it was very comfortable for me. I enjoyed it. I think he did very much as well.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
New home.
Oh my God. Okay. So, all right. So we heard her take on Nutgate, and she was incredibly accurate about it. What she had said was that, Cece was in the range of contamination and his wife was very upset about it. It seems like at that point in the interview, now we didn't play what was leading up to that point in the interview, so you can't really have a context for it. But since I've watched that interview so many times, in my opinion, she was being very careful about what she said at that point in the interview because Kobach had actually just been asking her some rather hard questions. I mean, relative to as hard as they get from Kobach, which unfortunately isn't completely that challenging. I don't think he challenged her very much. But what she says after she's talking about Nutgate there, when I overplayed it a little bit, it doesn't necessarily have to do with Nutgate, but it also does in some ways because Nichol Kessinger is talking about, whenever his kids were home, I always encouraged him to spend time with his kids. And I was always like, I will be, I will wait for you to spend time with your kids. They're the most important. Well, when you work it out, during the time that they were in a relationship, which they claim is only about 6 weeks, Bella and Celeste were only home in Colorado a total of 5 days. The rest of the time, Kessinger and Chris Watts were in a relationship. They were out in North Carolina with Shanann. So, I mean, the whole thing is just absolute craziness. Oh my goodness. That woman, and we're going to get to her a little more pretty soon, but I just want to set things up properly for you. So now let me bring this into the stream. Oh, good. It did work. Hallelujah. Don't you just love it when that stuff happens?
As Pro Bars. Pro Bars.
Pro bars?
Yeah.
Pro bars. Do you guys love Pro bars?
Yeah.
Okay, let me break it up. What kind is this one?
Blue.
Blue? That's right. What kind though?
After on this.
What flavor is this one?
Chocolate.
No. Is it birthday cake?
Birthday cake.
Birthday cake.
Oops. Family murders occurred on August 13th, 2018. Nutgate is an event that happened on July 8th, 2018, just a little over a month before the murders occurred. Now, there are many different versions of Nutgate that have been told by Shanann, by Chris, by Shanann's friends, by Chris's mother, by Shanann's mother, and other people that were connected to this family. Although we don't know exactly what happened, one thing that we do know is that it was a critical event, possibly a pivotal event, that influenced the eventual outcome in this terrible tragedy. Let's listen to what Chris Watts' mother, Cindy Watts, had to say about this event that some refer to as Nutgate. What I'm going to be playing are excerpts from an audio recording from the channel Miss Mensa. Miss Mensa had a relationship with Cindy Watts, and this is from a phone call that Miss Mensa had with Cindy Watts. Definitely go check out her channel and subscribe. All right, now listen carefully. The audio isn't the best. I did what I could to rework it so it's as clear as possible, but this is a recorded phone call between Miss Mensa and Cindy Watts. So, just understand that.
There was a bag of pistachios that I had for my grandson, and they were on the countertop, and she said, "Oh my gosh, Mimi, you have pistachios." I said, "I know. Put them on top of the stove." And she put them on top, not on top of the stove, but on top of the refrigerator. And that was the end of it. It was a bag that was unopened for my grandson that I forgot that I had on the countertop. And that was all it was. And there was no bags of peanuts, tree nuts, or anything out in the open. My house is small, so small that wherever Bella and Cece were, I mean, you knew where they were. I mean, they were right there. have a very small house, and there is no way anybody could have gotten into anything, not even my refrigerator, without me knowing.
Well,
I was always right there.
well, did you give the girls ice cream?
I gave, Dylan went in the freezer and got a vanilla ice cream, a Walmart vanilla ice cream. And, yeah, Dylan did get that.
And that was the big culprit, was the Walmart
And
vanilla?
that was the culprit. That was when Cece had a meltdown and wanted the same thing. But Cece could have had ice cream because we went to Walmart when they came here, and she had ice cream, not in the same cup, but she had ice cream, and she could have gotten that ice cream. And yes, I did say that you can't always have what you want. I did say that, because Cece had the ice cream that all Shanann had to do was go in there and get Cece her ice cream and put it in a bowl. Or,
Right, right, and that's right.
That's all she had to do, and nothing would have come of it.
And you took her to Walmart, right? And you spent a ton of money
Yes,
so that she could have.
That's what Molson Man was saying right here. She's going to be talking about it when she listened to everything that she says that she did to make Shanann and Bella and Celeste be more than welcome in her little home.
Exactly what she wanted there.
Absolutely. When they came down here, I said, let's go to Walmart and get everything that you need. And they got everything they wanted and they needed. Everything. There was nothing that I don't know what I could have done.
So at the point that
That's all I could have done.
at the point that the ice cream started happening, then your daughter-in-law could have gone to the freezer, picked out the ice cream that was on her approved list,
Absolutely.
and scooped out.
She could have gotten her the ice cream. That's all there was nothing she couldn't have had that she didn't already have in our house. She had everything that they needed, and I did the best we could. That's all. I don't know what else I could have done it.
So when the ice cream came out, your daughter-in-law started yelling?
Yeah. She said, I know that this isn't fair. I know this is hard for you, Stacey. And she went on and on and on and on. And that's when I said, you can't have everything that you want. Go back in there. Go give her the ice cream she needs. That she wants. That was it. I don't know what else I could have done.
What did she say to you before she left?
She said, she came charging down the hallway and said, you tried to kill my child. And then that's when it was over. I was done. I said, I can't take this anymore. I didn't try to kill anyone. I didn't try to do anything. I didn't.
Tell us about how the kids were hiding.
When all the arguing was starting, it was Dalton and Dylan said, Adela was scared. And she said, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you guys.
Oh my goodness.
And
Hey guys, I am so sorry. I do not know what the heck is going on. Let me just bring that right back in and just keep this going. I just don't know what's going on. I haven't had these problems recently. Maybe it's the curse of the Watts case. I don't know. All right. All right. Into the timeline a little. So, just to give us a context and to establish a timeline, here are some of the posts from social media that appeared after this Nutgate incident occurred on July 8th. This post is from July 9th, the following day, from Shanann Watts. It says, I need to vent to people who understand. My 2.5, I think she means year-old, is severely anaphylactic to most all tree nuts, and we are visiting in-laws. I specifically said we can't have them in the house when we stay. My mother-in-law stated we don't buy them. I specifically mentioned the ones she is deathly anaphylactic to as well. I arrived, and on the floor shelf of the center island was a bag of pistachios, in parentheses, big bad one. I removed immediately. Today, she lets her other granddaughter eat an ice cream that has all tree nuts in front of and next to my 2.5-year-old child that can have them. I said I didn't appreciate it and removed my daughter. Her response was she has to learn that she can't always get what she wants. I'm beyond furious, and she's telling me I'm overreacting when my child's life is at risk. From July 15th, 2018, from Shanann Watts on Facebook. Hashtag allergy awareness. I have been on such high alert this summer since we are traveling. Everything in our home is completely safe for Celeste, so I don't worry as much unless I go out to eat, which isn't often anyway. Some understand and some think I'm being paranoid. I have to hear my kid cry after taking a treat out of her hand because someone gave it to her and I can't read the ingredients. She is just turning 3 and don't understand exactly why she can't have what others are having. Parentheses, she is never around people in Colorado that are eating something she can't, so she doesn't feel left out. In parentheses, she thinks she is in trouble when I say no to something she can't have on this trip, and I feel terrible for it. I'm so grateful for all of our friends, especially in Colorado, who consider my daughter's safety when we are around or they come over for play dates. I'm grateful for everyone who thinks and respects my daughter's safety while we visit North Carolina. Trust me, it's hard enough to have to read and reread everything. And I think that's in reference, of course, to the ingredients of foods and treats that her kids may or may not have. So here are Shanann's responses to some of her friends that asked, what's going on to that post. So Shanann says, yeah, she's young, only 60. She completely understands. My husband called her after he got off of work and told her he didn't appreciate how she handled the situation and teasing my 2-year-old with the ice cream and putting her at risk to exposure. She also has something, I don't know what, and asthma. Her response to my husband was, quote, this is a learning experience to my 2-year-old to realize she can't always get what she wants. F you. And then in the next one, Shanann says, I would be furious. While I get that she's family, like you said, she understands. My grandmother understands when I remind her at 86, but it's hard to get them to change their ways, especially since I didn't grow up with it. Your kid, and then it just trails off. So then Shanann says, thank you. She is learning and she's way too young to comprehend how serious it is because she's little. My mother-in-law and I've sent articles, notes from doctors, information on anaphylaxis and how severe it is. She understands. She knows. I don't like my family eating it in front of her without her having an alternative option. I'm done. And her response to her son set him over the top. Now, please understand, I am in no way blaming Shanann for what happened to her or to Bella or to Celeste or to her unborn child. That was a pure act of evil. It was not her fault. And please understand, I am not blaming her. The question still does exist. Did this event, Nutgate, and everything that branched out from it that Chris Watts experienced, as Shanann just said, about Cindy's reaction that it put her son over the edge, did this Nutgate event, and I'm not placing blame, these are just the facts of what happened. This is the evidence that we have to look at. Did this event put Chris over the edge? And yes, his actions are still his own responsibility. They were his choices. He should be held accountable. He's in prison. I think that's exactly where he should be. Don't get things confused here. These are still important questions that need to be asked. Okay. So was that the end of it? I think that was the end of it. Yes, it was. Okay. So a couple things here. All right. I just had a question. So Michelina says, who said that Shanann didn't like to get messy? Was that there ever proved or an internet rumor? So that was actually in regards to their sexual activities. That Chris had said that Shanann didn't like to get messy. Like, you get me, right? So that's what everyone's talking about here. So it doesn't really have anything to do with Nutgate, but some people find it entertaining. So yeah. Let's see. So Laughing Stock, you said that your sister babysat for the kids until some things like rubbed her the wrong way and then she stopped. Is that true? That's crazy. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so the people in chat right now are talking about, that the idea that Shanann got mad when the kids would drink water, withheld water from them. I know that, there are some posts and there are some videos that lead people to believe that. I also know that, Neek's Peak, it's another channel. I definitely recommend it. She does, if nothing else, she makes beautiful videos. And she tells a story extremely well, much better than I ever could. So that's Neeks Peaks, Neeks. I know that recently she had made some videos. I had just seen them, I think like last week, talking about Shanann withholding the water from the girls. I think that, that whole idea is definitely a conclusion that people came to by, seeing some certain things and drawing an opinion. I'm not sure if I totally agree with it or not, but anyway, that's what's going on with chat. But, I certainly encourage everybody to have their own opinion. So now when we're looking at the event Nutgate, I don't know what you guys think about it, but I guess here at this point, I'm just going to have to state my opinion on what happened in Nutgate and sort of allow the rest of this live stream or this commentary to go in that direction because I don't really know how else to do it. Nutgate is an extremely controversial topic when it comes to the Watts family murders and the Watts family dynamics and what was going down. I recently did a live stream. Well, I think it was the last Watts live stream I did, which was about a month ago before all of the Kylie Rodney and Delphi murder news and, events were happening. And I started, kind of covering those a little more closely. We did a live stream where we talked about, was Celeste truly allergic to tree nuts? So I uploaded just an 8-minute video to the channel just earlier this evening that give people the information that they would need without having to watch that whole 3-hour live stream. Okay. So I don't know if I think that most people here in chat I actually know have seen it. The conclusion that I came to based on us seeing Celeste eating certain kind of those Thrive Pro bars and then doing a lot of extensive research into the ingredients in the Pro bars at the time when those videos were recorded. Well, here's the conclusion I've come to. They contain tree nuts, or there was a warning label, or whatever it would be called, an informative label on the packaging saying that they might contain tree nuts. So if the idea is that Celeste is anaphylactically allergic to tree nuts, yet Cece was eating those Thrive Pro bars during a time when there was clear labeling on those packages saying they might contain tree nuts, this information is inconsistent. The conclusion that I've come to is that Celeste was more than likely not actually allergic to tree nuts. You may agree or not agree with that opinion, but that is the opinion that I've come to. I actually, as I've shared with a lot of you, withheld that information that I came across after researching it over a year ago, because in my opinion, that was really like big information. That is, in my opinion, saying we know that Shanann made up Cece's allergy to tree nuts, and I believe I know why that is. We don't necessarily have to go into that tonight, though. And that was not a statement that I was ready to make until very recently. I recently have just decided, you know what, screw it. My computer's getting hacked. These files are getting corrupted. I might not even have them forever. I want to put this information out there because what is more important than relaying the truth? So that's where I stand on that, okay? So now looking at the timeline and kind of answering the question, did this event, Nutgate, you know, understanding that we're not blaming Shanann for the murders at all, but did this event of Nutgate and the divide that was created between Chris Watts and his family members, did it ultimately contribute to the events playing out in the way that they did, which, you know, resulted in the tragic deaths of Shanann and unborn baby Nico and Bella and Celeste? Well, let's take a look at the actual timeline of the Watts case and determine some things from that. Now, I know the thumbnail for this said the timeline after Nutgate, but as I was, you know, putting together this information, I decided that it was also important to look at what immediately led up to Nutgate. So let's start with July 4th. Now, in the discovery here, not much is said about July 4th. We just have at 8:56 hours, Watts called Shanann and held a 19-minute conversation. And then we have at 22:44 hours, Watts watched the Independence Day fireworks with Nick and Amanda Thayer, who were the friends, in Thornton. He apparently stopped by their home afterwards, his phone connected to their router. It's very interesting to me that these are the only items that were put into the official discovery timeline here, because according to Chris Watts himself, a lot happened on that day. Oh, when I just had those problems, I lost my Chris Watts, let's see, timestamp of what we need to listen to. Just give me 1 second here. Yes. Welcome to everybody who has just come into live stream chat and discussion. So happy you're here. And everybody, thank you for hanging with me. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. This seems to be the Watts curse. Sometimes crazy things happen when I'm about to do Watts content. Some of you have heard the stories. I will tell them another day, but quite honestly, they freak me out. I also think it's really interesting that, you know, my computer was hacked while covering the Kylie Rodney case. And I just have a sense that it did have to do with the Kylie Rodney case itself. Yet the only files that were corrupted or really screwed with on my computer were Watts files. I know that was really weird to me. I don't know. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go to CrimeTube actually. Oh my gosh, the channel's no longer up. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold up. You never know what happens to channels when it comes to covering true crime in general or the Chris Watts case. You know, really crazy things do end up happening, right? What do you guys think about, I have to check the poll that I put up. Do you guys think that Nutgate contributed to what eventually happened with his family? And again, it doesn't mean that we're placing blame on Shanann, but I mean, it's kind of silly to say that all of these critical events that happened in their lives did not somehow you contribute one way or another to the eventual outcome, because I mean that's just like how life goes, right? Oh, here, so I'm gonna pull the transcript. Why is there no transcript here? Oh, okay. Even though they have YouTube Premium, because I am, that's really crazy. Maybe they changed their policies. I really don't know. Ooh, let's see. We definitely can't use Don Joe's audio. Ha 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 ha. Does anyone find that funny? Let's see. Oh my goodness. I wonder. I don't even care. I'm not even going to pose the question. I take that back. Strike that from the record. Oh, wait, here, maybe go to my history. There we go. Okay, let me go back just a minute. So here, again, Chris Watts himself is going to talk about what happened with Shanann and Nichol Kessinger on the morning of July 4th. So again, this is all in just creating a context to establish the timeline.
Himself from like a problem type thing, like when like if there was ever an issue or anything like that, he always want to talk about like just bring up like when I was trying to get him to quit smoking like all the time, like that's after like I graduated high school. They don't think it's comfortable. I think that was a good way to put it.
Wait a minute, is this it? Oh my goodness. All right, transcript. And so this is something you can do. I'll teach you a little something while I'm doing this. If you want to find the transcript on a video now on YouTube, this is rather new. I used to have like additional software that would do this. You go to these little, what is it called? The ellipsis, the 3 dots, and there'll be a short menu and it'll say show transcript. Then if you're on Windows, if you press Control F, you're going to do find. So I'm going to be looking for July 4th. So I'm going to type in July. And then I could just continue to hit the down button to find the instance of July in the transcript that I actually want to go to in the video. So in this case, it's at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So I'm going to click on the time right there and ding, we're going to go right to it. Okay. All right.
July 4th, I didn't have to work that day. So I didn't like get up at like 4 o'clock and go home. And Shanann called me like 10 times. And I didn't hear it because I was sleeping. I was just like, and she was pissed. Shanann was pissed. And like I called her on the outside, like, where are you at? Like, I was like, I don't have to work today. It's like, she called me at like 5:30. It's like, the kids want to talk to you at 7:30. I'm like I was sleeping. She was like, she just like, like like I don't know where you're at. And I went back inside. Told me I gotta go. And she was just like, okay, then you coming back? I'm like, probably not.
So wait a minute, you kind of lost me there. Were you at Nikki's place when Shanann called you?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you're sleeping in her bed.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to work that day because I didn't have to that day. Okay. First holiday that I had on, and Shanann was pissed, and I kind of pissed Nikki off here that I left. But I think that's when I called Nikki later, and she was like, she kind of realized that she'd always be like, second. She said second fiddle after. and because that's how I would come back that day. Just, I don't want to be anywhere else when Shanann calls. She was already pissed. So it was stuff like that where she would she would go. She said she would go on like websites and look at like, will a relationship work with somebody? Like, will a mistress work? Will a mistress turn into a relationship?
Okay, so that's really interesting right there. I mean, the last thing that he had to say wasn't necessarily about the 4th of July, which was I was going for, but he was saying it was instances like that where Nichol Kessinger would tell him that she would go on the internet and she would search for things like, will mistresses work as a relationship, which basically makes null and void Nichol Kessinger's claims that he was, telling her all along that he was in the process of getting a divorce from Shanann and, they were going to be living happily ever after, yada, yada, yada. Because if she is Googling things like, will a mistress actually turn into a relationship, that is completely inconsistent with the idea that she believed that he was getting a divorce from his wife and he was going to be with her until, the happily ever after. So that is, kind of a different point altogether, but I guess it all plays into this. So Aaron asked, were the allergen tests labeled for nuts? So she's referring to, there are some pictures, some terrible pictures of both Bella and Celeste in the doctor's office with their bare naked backs, having had the allergy scratch test perform on them, indicating some redness, indicating that based on those allergy tests that there was an allergy to certain things. And so Aaron's asking, were they labeled? I think meaning, did one of them show that, they were testing for nuts or tree nuts? No, they were definitely not labeled. I have those pictures and, I really looked into that a lot. And I'm sure that they weren't labeled. If they were labeled, there is no evidence of that we are going to be seeing as just people watching this on YouTube. Hi, Kurt Stacy. Welcome. How are you doing? Very nice to see you. Yeah, exactly. So Aaron says, to watch the obsession, then it could have been anything. It could have been over her body's reaction to histamine, not nuts, right? Yeah, it definitely could have been anything. Could have been anything at all. Yeah. Now, I know when I had taken my son to the allergist when he was very little, he did have some allergies to a few things. I very specifically remember, the doctor saying that most children are going to show having a reaction to something, because I kind of freaked out when I saw all of the redness on his back. And he explained it very well to me. This was like, I don't know, my son just turned 14. So this was like, 13 or 12 years ago at this point. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember that because I do remember the panic I felt when I saw all of that red. Let's see. That's funny. Oh, am I here? I'm still here, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. So, let's see. So now let's bring the official Watts discovery timeline back into the picture. Okay, so what we're looking at here is July 4th. Although the official discovery timeline doesn't indicate everything that Chris Watts just told us, just to recap the story that he was just telling us, I know the volume wasn't that great on it. He was saying that he woke up at Nichol Kessinger's house on the morning of July 4th. Now, July 3rd, right, is Nichol Kessinger's birthday. So that is the morning after she turned 30 years old. So Chris Watts is just a douchebag all around for the way he treated both of them, really, in this instance, in my opinion. But hey, that's just my opinion. So Shanann called bright and early in the morning. Kessinger was still in the shower. She was like, what the heck is your problem? The girls have been trying to call you all morning. Where are you? And Chris says she was like pissed. So he decided he wanted to go home because if Shanann was to call again, and he was pretty sure that she was gonna, he didn't want to be anywhere but at their home when Shanann called again. So he called to Kessinger in the shower. Hey, yo, my wife is really mad. I've got to go home. Sorry, it's the morning after your 30th birthday, bitch. Isn't he a real charmer? I mean, this guy is amazing. Whatever. And then he went home. As the story goes, Nichol Kessinger ended up showing up at his doorstep not too long after that. And a lot of questions arise from that, but I've talked about them in previous live streams and we can talk about them again, but I want to stay on topic here and looking at this timeline. So my point here is going to be that leading up to July 8th, when Nutgate happened, there was probably a lot of tension happening for Shanann. In my opinion, based on what we know and what we see here, she was probably starting to get the feeling that something was not right at home, and maybe even a little more than that, maybe starting to get the feeling that her husband was being unfaithful to her. So for some reason, in the official timeline, they don't say too much on July 4th, and they also do not on July 5th. They don't too much on July 6th either. Oh, well, there's more here. So on July 6th, they say at 1551 hours, 3:21, Watts called Shanann. They held an 8-minute conversation. Just an hour later, Shanann called Watts. They held a 3-minute conversation. And then just a couple hours later, Watts called Shanann. They held a nearly 8-minute conversation. And at 6:52, after Shanann told Watts to call Vivint before I flip, Watts advised, they are sending a sensor for the garage door. I tried moving it like they said, and it didn't work. So what is being referred to here in the discovery is that some text messages that aren't including that Shanann obviously said, you better call Vivint before I flip. Chris had been reporting to Shanann that there were problems with Vivint, which was their alarm company, that things weren't working very well. And, one could reasonably deduct that that is because he was messing around with the Vivint security system, so Shanann would not actually see on her phone through alerts, or she would not get the idea when she put things together that Chris Watts had some little snizzle snatch sneaking in and out of her house while she was away in North Carolina visiting their families for a couple weeks. So this is just one of the many factors that I believe, was influencing Shanann and causing her to be extremely anxious. And I certainly do not blame her. I'm sorry. There was a Freudian slip, but I don't blame her in this case. She should have been, angry at him. He was being totally shady, right? Yeah, before I flip, you guys broke off. Right. Yeah. Broke his, I got you. Okay. He was being totally shady, and I'm sure that she was getting some indication that, all was not right on the home front, right? So now we have on July 7th. So this is the day before Nutgate. It says at 12:09, midnight and 9 minutes, Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. It was the first call between the two that was found in his phone. Isn't that interesting? On the eve of Nutgate, Kessinger called Watts, and that was the first call between Kessinger and Chris Watts that was recorded on his phone. Is it possible that Shanann saw this number calling him a little bit after midnight? I mean, Shanann, as we know, was in charge of keeping track of all the bills, paying all the bills, supposedly. She was doing all the administrative work in the house, and people have asked the question many times, how did she not know something was going on, since she was the one privy to seeing all of the information on their phone bills and everything else, right? So now at 5 a.m., interesting now, she's calling him at 5 a.m. So this whole discovery, by the way, the discovery timeline is all maintained on, Frederick time, just for the sake of, it not being a total cluster F, right? Because if you were trying to, know the North Carolina time and the Arizona time and the Frederick time, and it would just get too messy, right? So 5 a.m. Colorado time, Shanann called Watts and held a 5-minute conversation. So just 49 minutes later, probably just as the sun is rising, maybe at 5:49, Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. So what is going on now on the early morning of July 7th, where Shanann is blowing him up? Well, not blowing him up, but calling him at 5 a.m. and then again at 5:49 a.m. What are they talking about at that time? What is so important at that time, where before 6 a.m., she's already called him twice? Keeping in mind that just a few hours earlier, a few minutes after midnight, Nichol Kessinger and Chris Watts, apparently, according to his phone records, had their first actual voice-to-voice phone call. They've been text messaging back and forth, but it was the first phone call. Is it possible that Shanann did not see the actual text records for Chris Watts' phone. So that was kept hidden from her, but she did see the call log. I think that is a real thing, right? And, this really alerted her, as it should have, right? Because there was something shade going on. So now at 1919 hours and 7:19, Watts' phone connected with a router at Rusty Bucket Restaurant. So that very morning when Shanann was calling at 5 a.m. and 5:49, and she was concerned, she should have been, because that evening he was going on a date with his mistress at the Rusty Bucker. It says Bucker. I love the typos in this discovery. The Rusty Bucker Restaurant. It's the Rusty Bucket. All right. So now we have at 18:01 hours. Let's see. Why is that mixed up? Those aren't in order. That's weird. I never noticed that before. That happens on some dates. Anyway. Watts' phone logged coordinates at the Orchard Town Center. I confirmed a Rusty Bucket is at this location. So they're like, okay, we know he was there, probably having a date with Mistress, right? At the Skanky Enchilada, or whatever we call her. And then at 6:44, Watts' phone connected with a router at the Crushed Red Restaurant. So I don't know what they were doing, going restaurant hopping that night. Okay. So now here we have in the discovery timeline, now we're looking at July 8th. So that is the date that we know that Nutgate actually happened. Yeah, that's right. He didn't sleep. He had 2 lives to lead. Very well stated, DC Primetime. I just happened to lay my eyes on that one. Yeah, totally. So now on July 8th, this is what it says in the discovery timeline. Watts offered an excuse for not calling Shanann the night before. I'm sorry, boo. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. The heat killed me yesterday. I love you so much. Now, the content of this message is really much different than the messages that we know of between Shanann and Watts in, the days and weeks surrounding. He really was not being affectionate with her at all. You could tell he was completely withdrawing and was not trying to connect with her. So in my opinion, he really must have had a feeling on this morning of July 8th, like, shit, I'm in trouble. Maybe he was even feeling a little bit guilty, but since I do believe he is a possibly psychopath, not likely. He probably just didn't want to get in trouble, right? So this is again at 5:15 a.m., wee early morning hours, already, thinking about how he's going to get in trouble that day. Then at 5:15 a.m., Watts called Shanann and they held a 6-minute conversation. So he sent her that text. I'm sorry, boo. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. That he killed me yesterday. I love you so much. And then obviously immediately picked up the phone. It was probably like, that ain't good enough. She's on to what's going on. And so he called her. So at 1644 hours at 4:44, Shanann called Watts and they held a 20-minute conversation. And then, and that's all that's here for the discovery. So that may have been, after Nutgate went down. It sounds like that could approximately, be the deal. So, all right, let me just check before going forward. Let me just check comments, see what's going on here. If anyone has anything to say. Now, would anyone like to come up onto panel and say anything or just chime in, weigh in? You're more than welcome to. I'm just going to go ahead and put the link in chat right there. Let's see. So, let's see. John McSmith said, giving Shanann Watts affirmation when she really didn't know. Oh, sorry. I thought it was about something else. I don't have a context for it. I'm not exactly sure what that meant. Okay, so, all right. So Katie Winner says, Shanann said above the picture of Cece with hives, said, oh my God, I hate it every time. She's definitely allergic to tree nuts. The 15 minutes later, 15 minutes later, not even the whole 15 minutes. Okay, so that is very possible. I don't remember seeing that, but it can totally be out there. And I believe you, Katie. So that still to me doesn't say that Cece was actually allergic to tree nuts. That could have been just Shanann saying that. So I'm just going to share with you my opinion of why this whole tree nut allergy came about. Although, as I shared with you in, that the last live stream we did on the Watts, and then the short video I released earlier today, the 8-minute video on this topic, according to what we know, it seems like Cece, you know what? I'm just going to play the video. It's only 8 minutes, rather than trying to explain it. All right. So, hey, if you've seen this before, just watch it again. Go grab a coffee, go grab a water, do some push-ups, do some deep breathing, something good for yourself. All right. So let me just bring this into the stream here. And thank you for that, Katie. I appreciate that. I like to definitely take into account everything. I definitely do not want to be one of those channel that cherry picks things to try to make a certain point. I just personally am like making conclusions based on what is available and what we do know. If there's more to take into account, definitely want all the information. All right.
Oh, I'll stay with her. Don't take her away.
I'm not taking her away.
Whoa! Don't take me. Thank you.
Hi guys, welcome back to Watts the Obsession. So let's talk about
Good point, Kevin.
Cece Watts' apparent nut allergy. For those of you who have followed the case, much had to do with Cece's nut allergy, including the infamous event, Nutgate, that happened on July 8th of 2017, just about a month before the tragic Watts family murders. And that event in itself, which we're not going to get into in this video, may have been pivotal, critical in the eventual outcome of this family in crisis tragedy. What this video today seeks to do and will do is to demystify one thing. Were there nuts contained in the pro bars that Cece Watts was eating on camera? She actually ate these pro bars while being video recorded by Shanann several times, and we know exactly what kind of pro bars Cece was eating because she told everyone, Shanann told everyone, the package was there, the box was there, the pro bars were there. The child eating the pro bars were video recorded. So here's a little Watts trivia question for you guys. What was Celeste Watts' favorite flavor of Lavelle's Thrive Pro Bar? Tick, 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 or maybe ding, 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 ding.
I just want to address this really quickly. And hi, Debbie. How are you doing, sweetie? Debbie says, why do you think that Cece was prescribed an EpiPen then? And why does Watts confirm it in his Wisconsin interview? Well, I think, first of all, Watts confirming it in his Wisconsin interview. This is my opinion, and this is my opinion across many topics across the board with Chris Watts. I don't think that the man has much of a brain cell, like where he thinks for himself in his head. I think that he, just kind of went with whatever he was told by Shanann and basically anyone else in his life. So I could be wrong, but, that kind of answers that for me. Now, the question, why do you think Cece was prescribed an EpiPen then? I don't know if she was prescribed an EpiPen. We do know that, Shanann had EpiPens, and maybe she was, and I could be wrong about what I'm speculating about altogether. That's totally possible. But, I've heard from several sources, and all I can say is I've heard this. I certainly have not independently verified this myself or even looked into it, that she was buying EpiPens offline. I had seen some posts that had indicated this, but I'm putting that out there saying that I don't know if that's true or not. I will look more into that and get back to you on whether or not I believe that that is accurate or not, if it's truthful or not, based on what we can find through, doing our due diligence and research, but I just want to answer your questions and welcome. I'm glad you're here.
She's going to tell you herself.
Lemon meringue. What's your favorite, Cece? Birthday? Mommy's favorite. What's your favorite? The cookies and cream?
Yes, that's right. Cece Watts liked birthday or birthday cake pro bars the best. So let's just take a look at what was going on in those birthday cake pro bars. And let's answer the question once and for all. Were there nuts in those pro bars?
Snack Mommy has.
Pro bars.
Pro bars?
Yeah.
Pro bars. Do you guys love Pro bars?
Yeah.
Okay, let me break it up. What kind is this one?
Blue.
Blue? That's right. What kind though?
Apple on this.
What flavor is this one?
Chocolate.
No. Is it birthday cake?
Birthday cake.
Birthday cake.
Watch this. I can how to get this.
Why is this happening?
Retailers like Target. You can drop prices
All
automatically.
right, Melissa, man, come up. John Smith backstage.
Do it. People are getting real money.
Okay.
It is important to know that Lavelle Thrive changed the formulation for some of the Pro Bar flavors in 2021, including cookies and cream and the lemon Pro Bars. Lavelle Thrive.
I just want to answer this question really quick too. So let's see. Crime and crochet, my hyper focus. What day is the birthday cake pro bar video? I feel it is vital knowing if she developed an allergy or was born with it. I believe it was in 2018. And I'm going to go look that up for you while the rest of this video is playing. John McSmith, I see you backstage. I'm so happy you're here. As soon as this video is done, I'm going to bring you up. And Melissa, man, get your butt up here.
Brand did not change the formulation for the birthday cake pro bars since they were first introduced. So the formulation and the ingredients have remained the same since Lavelle rolled out that flavor of product in 2018. As you can see here, the birthday cake flavored pro bars do contain nuts, and in fact, there is an allergy warning on the box saying that they contain milk, soy, and tree nuts. I know the people that watch this channel are very intelligent. I will let you make your own conclusions. Do you believe that Celeste Watts was really allergic to tree nuts? And if she was not, wow, guys, the implications. Nutgate. And what about this? What about the psychological trauma that Bella went through, obsessing over her sister's allergy to tree nuts or coconuts, or she wasn't sure exactly what. She just knew. She was told if her sister ate this certain food, she wouldn't be with her the next day. She wouldn't be able to play with her anymore, as the babysitter says here in this interview.
So the girls are 3 and 4, but do they talk with you a lot?
Yes, they're very talkative.
They're very talkative?
Yes.
Okay. So did they tell you anything that was happening? Was there anything that was concerning that you heard?
Bella she sat by me and she was really concerned. Her little sister fell asleep before her, so she sat on the couch with me for a while, and she actually told me something. She's like, "Can I ask you something?" And I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "My little sister has, she told me if she eats coconut, she'll never be able to see her again." So I'm guessing that the littlest one has a severe allergy, and that's what they told her, that if she eats that, she'll never be able to see her again. And she was really upset by that.
Bella was?
Yeah.
And so if Cece ate coconut, she would potentially
Yeah,
die.
I know she has a tree nut allergy, but I never heard coconut. So I wonder if they just.
I get paid
Oh my
$10,000
Lord.
a month to do what you
Premium.
are literally
I
doing
pay for
right now.
premium.
Watch videos on YouTube.
I don't know where she got
So
coconut.
Cece has a tree nut allergy?
Yeah, like a severe one.
It is with us. Sissy in bed. It's Sissy. Okay. Oh, I'll stay with her. Don't take her away.
I'm not taking her away.
Whoa! Look, it's me.
Be nice to Cece.
Hey?
Okay, so many of us have seen that whole video. So that was that. So that was my findings as they were. So I'm going to bring up John McSmith and Kurt Stacey, two of our favorite channel friends. Hey, John, how are you doing? Hey, Kurt, welcome to the What's the Obsession live stream and chat. Always so happy to have you guys up here. How's it going?
I'm doing great. How's everybody else doing?
Doing good. Good. Thanks for coming up. How you doing, John?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm glad you're well.
Oh, I haven't heard your voice in a while, sweetheart. It's really nice to hear you.
Well, I don't stay up late too much anymore. Not that you're on super late, but doctors told me, hey, you got to go to bed at night. You got to eat right. You got to stay hydrated. So that's what I've been trying to do.
That's awesome. And you're taking care of your back. That's really great. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad you're feeling good.
It's great. It really is.
Yeah. Awesome. Are you feeling better in general?
I am. I really am. Yeah. Yesterday I walked 4 miles and
wow.
And dude. So yeah, I am feeling better. But what was the question again?
I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about?
I don't want to bore your listeners and stuff about me.
No. Well, I mean, the main question was, and I've got to get back to that poll. I don't even know how to see the poll that I put up. Do you think? And now I just have to keep putting out this disclaimer because I want people to understand this, and I absolutely mean it. In no way am I, or is in my opinion, I don't want anyone to say this on my channel, trying to say that Shanann was responsible for the murder of herself or of her children. That's like not it at all. No. But as we look at this situation as a whole, as Kurt Stacey well knows, we have to ask, why did these things happen? And what were the various, family dynamics that contributed to this situation? As I've said to you guys before, I do believe that there were very strong indicators that this family was in crisis. And I know that it may have been hard for people in their lives to intervene, or maybe they did try to. I certainly don't know everything, but I think the important thing is that we all get the message. If we ourselves recognize ourselves being in crisis, or recognize other people that we, care about to be in crisis, to do something about it. If you see something, say something. So do you think that this incident of Nutgate had anything to do with what happened?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, and you had asked, did she even really have a nut allergy? And I don't know if it's a fact or not that they had an EpiPen for her. If it was, then I think those are prescription, right? So then somebody would have had to look at the child and said, she's going to need this.
Yeah.
And then the other thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I've thought different things over the last few years about this Nutgate thing. And now I sort of look at it, Kelly, kind of like, well, if it wasn't the nuts, it was going to be something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
The nuts were just a convenient excuse to go ballistic. And if it hadn't been the nuts, it would have been the blanket or the pillow or the carpet or the paint color or something. You know what I mean? I just think she was sort of, she knew what, because, and I'm not blaming Shanann, but she knew that something was going on with her husband. And so she was really uptight. She was uptight. She was anxious. She's pregnant. And she knows that her husband's up to no good. She damn well knows that. And so, and then you have the nuts, and then, and your I'm not a woman, I haven't been pregnant, but I know your hormones kind of go haywire when you're pregnant, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe there's that too. And then I think that, Chris cheating on her was weighing heavy on her, and it just took one
Yes.
little thing, man, and she snapped. And it just happened to be on Cindy Watts and the nuts, but it could have just as easily been on somebody else over something else. It's kind of where I'm
Yeah.
at on that now.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you on that. And I just want to show you guys something really quickly here because you brought up, for someone to have an EpiPen, there would have had to been a doctor's prescription. But, if somebody was serious about, portraying somebody as having an allergy they didn't have and getting them an EpiPen, I just put into Google, probably going to get in trouble for this. I'm going to be tracked by someone now, buy EpiPens online. And there's all of these sites request an EpiPen prescription online at Plus Health. How to get an EpiPen refill without seeing a doctor in person. EpiPen, let's see, Canada Pharmacies, that's always a good one, right? Buy an EpiPen online. EpiPen at Canada Drugs. So even EpiPen Junior, Amazon Pharmacy. So there are certainly ways to obtain an EpiPen without having a legitimate prescription. Whether or not that's even relevant in this case, I certainly don't know for sure, but that is, what's going on here. Let me bring Molson Man up really quick on the stream too, and I'm going to get to you, Kurt. Molson Man, welcome. How are you doing?
Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
There he is.
Good. Yeah, happy. Nice to see you, Molson Man. How's your job going?
Hey guys, how you doing?
How's your new job going?
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. It's
Awesome.
great. I can't say enough good things about it, to be honest with you. And I'm not bullshitting. It's just perfect.
That's awesome. I actually love my new job too. I'm so grateful. It's a little stressful sometimes, but
isn't that fun when you actually like what you're doing for real?
Yeah, it's
we
awesome.
all had those shitty jobs we couldn't stand going, I'm sure. But I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
What are you
Exactly.
doing? What's new, Kelly? What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah, your new job.
Oh, well, since the beginning of this school year, I'm working at a new place. Unfortunately, I can't give too much detail because of all the creepers out there that want to do bad things to me because our channels are in competition or whatever. There's just a couple of them. Right. But so I am a special educator and behavioral therapist at the place that I'm working. I work mostly with teenagers and a whole range of them. And I get to work with the students that really have like kind of the most extreme behavioral issues, which I enjoy because I will say this about myself. I do believe I'm effective at it because I really care about them and I'm infinitely patient with them. And I understand why they act out. Life is freaking hard and they need somebody to understand them and bring them back down. Right. So I'm happy to be that person.
That's awesome. God bless you. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a great job. Yeah.
Thank you. And Michael says here, and welcome, Michael says, it's illegal to sell epinephrine without a script. Yes, it definitely is. I do know, I just have heard on I don't know what is news, Dateline, whatever, that people for, various prescriptions, whether it's for legit medical reasons or they're looking for something like a painkiller or something, it is possible to get medications from Canada and other countries on the internet. And I'm not going to look too far into it because I don't want to be on that list of people who are flagged for doing things like that. But I do believe that is a thing. And hi, Mitch, how are you doing? I'm not sure what she's saying exactly commenting on, but she points out doctors are shady like that. And some doctors are, yes, shady. So what do you think about everything, Kurt? Do you think that this event, Nutgate, had to do with the eventuality for the Watts family?
I think there might have been a percentage of it into that. I think that just listening to everything, I sat back and just listened to what we were going over tonight, and it sounded like an act of desperation in a way after Shanann understood what was going on.
Yeah.
When she wasn't around and what was going on with her cheating husband. And that might have just been some kind of a ploy to bring more attention to the situation and just to bring it back home and try to make him understand, look, just to get more attention from him. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So I don't think it was that big of a deal when she went to the house and saw, there's ice cream here and there's these nuts and all this kind of stuff, that's easily taken care of. You just remove them.
Right. Exactly.
So I mean, I think it was more of a ploy or a call for help.
Yes.
Yes. From her standpoint, because she already knew something was going on and things were not the normal way that they had been.
Yes. And I love the way that you said that as a cry for help, because, I'll say the family was in crisis and, we just wish that somebody would have intervened. And it's not always that Shanann's a bad guy and you had to fix Shanann, but maybe, like you just said, I love the way you said that, respond to her cry for help, because I think there were many,
Yeah, and I'm not saying she's a saint or anything like that, but I'm just saying, I mean, there's two sides to every story in any kind of a relationship. But I think in this situation, she was starting to feel, she already knew that he was already starting to check out.
Yeah.
And this whole Nutgate thing might have been another desperation attempt to try to get more attention from him and to say, look, what's going on here, just to get more attention, to try to maybe, focus it on their own relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's fully possible. And, to your point, we see here in the discovery, it says that, at 5:15 that morning, Chris woke up and offered the excuse for not calling Shanann. I'm sorry, boo. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. That he killed me yesterday. I love you so much. That is the only morning. I mean, we could go through every day in the discovery here, but I've already looked into it. That's the only morning where he woke up, where he, first of all, texted her or contacted her before she called him. And that's certainly the only morning where he contacted her and offered her this kind of message and apology. So it's like there was something that was unsaid there that they were both aware of, right? So, I think that's a really good point you make. So, hey, Molson Man, what do you think? What do you think about all of this?
Well, it was said before that Sandy had apparently told, she was a hairdresser, who told coworkers of hers that they were doing a trial separation.
Yes.
And she came to North Carolina as part of the trial separation. So
yes,
it wouldn't be odd for me to think that maybe that was occurring and that she was at Cindy's house and she was pissed off and maybe, you know what I mean? Like, she didn't like her anyway. I mean, let's face it. And let me say something personal. My own mother, who's the world's most perfect mother in the world, and my brother's wife never got along. And my brother's wife did pass away. They never got along. That doesn't make my mother an evil person, doesn't make her an evil person. People just don't get along. I think that they were doing the trial separation. She went to North Carolina as planned to do her business and to visit with family. And she wasn't going to make it easy on the Watts because this marriage was dissolving. It was dissolving, in my opinion.
Yes.
And anything, Cindy could have cured cancer, in my opinion, and it wouldn't have been enough. I'm just saying, nothing against Shanann. I'm not knocking a dead woman. I'm just saying that's my opinion. Emotions get high with on things like that. I mean, do you get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be like opposite. I'm not trying to say it's raining when it's sunny.
No, I think that is a very, very, very good point. Now, I just want to, before I forget, I want to, let's see, Crime and Crochet, my hyper focus. You were asking, you thought it was important to know the date of that video when, I think it was when Cece was saying, that the birthday cake pro bars were her favorite. So that date was March 15th, 2018. And let's just watch a little bit of that video here.
Hey everybody. So I'm home with the family and they're excited to try the new Pro Bars and they came in, I think, yesterday. So we have cookies and cream and we have lemon meringue. Who wants Pro Bars?
I do.
All right. So do you guys want lemon meringue first or do you want cookies and cream? Cookies? I want that. You want the lemon meringue? All right, since I have this one open, let's try this one first, okay?
Cookies and cream.
And Daddy's going to try it too.
Yeah. Are you both?
Yes, so everyone's going to try Crisp Cookies and cream. All right, Bella gets cookies and cream. Cece gets cookies and cream.
Ready?
Ready?
Set.
You're the taste testers.
Yummy.
Is it yummy? What's it taste like?
Chocolate.
Chocolate. What else?
Watermelon.
Watermelon. What's it taste like, Cece?
Chocolate.
Chocolate?
Uh-huh.
Is it delicious? Scotty?
Oreo wrapped with vanilla. It's nice.
Oreo wrapped in vanilla?
Mm-hmm.
Is it yummy, Cece? Is that good, Bella? I think they like cookies and cream. Okay, so let's try the lemon meringue. Hey, everybody. So, a little crazy over here. Cece loves the cookies and cream.
You like it? Nothing. Good thing.
Don't mind me. It's been a long travel day yesterday. Been cleaning, regrouping today. Hey, Jen. Okay, so Chris, this is the lemon meringue. No, that's Daddy's. Here's yours. Wait, don't take. Wait. Here, Bella. Okay, this one's lemon meringue. It's like the pie, but better.
Now here, I'm just going to pause this for a second. Now, I think the important thing about this video, I'm glad I started playing it because I think one of the important things is it doesn't even matter if, I just happen to focus on Cece's favorite flavor of those freaking bars being the birthday cake bars. But here she's eating every single one of them. And we do know at that time, March 15th, 2018, when this video was created, it was close to when these bars first came out. 2 of the flavors did have that label on them saying that they might contain tree nuts. That is an absolute fact. Now, I just want to address this question from Midge here. Midge says, why is everyone on Cindy's side now? How do we know Cindy is telling the truth? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She didn't like Shanann. True, she didn't like Shanann. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Touche. How do we know she's telling the truth? You're damn right. I'm sure that a lot of, or some of at least the things that she says are colored by the extreme emotion and trauma that she's gone through, having lost her grandchildren and daughter-in-law, and my God, her son having done this. So these are really good points, Midge, and thank you. Now, why is everyone on Cindy's side now? I'm going to speak for myself personally. I'm not on Cindy's side. Both of the families, the Rusek families and the Watts families, I feel for both of them terribly. I think that all 4 of those parents of Shanann and Chris were wonderful grandparents. I think the grandchildren love them dearly. I think they each have their own truth. I don't think any of them are ill-intended. So I just wanted to answer that question. Panel, do you guys have anything to say?
I just want to say this is obviously a tragedy. I mean, we lost good people, but
yes.
At the same time, I mean, the fact that people are against the Watts family, they want to support their son and think he's innocent. I mean, whatever you think, they love their kid. It is what it is. I love my kids. Would I love them if they did the same thing he did? I would hope I would. Who knows? But he never acted out. He never.
You're breaking up, bro.
Oh, am I?
Oh, I hear him okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally,
but
why
he's breaking up on my end.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Am I good now?
I hear you okay.
Yeah, you're
All
good.
I'm saying is he has no history of anything bad going on. I mean, obviously, I do believe he was involved in these crimes, we'll get there later. But his parents are just supportive parents who love their kid, and I hate the hate that they get. That's all I'm saying,
Exactly. I do too. And I hate the hate the Ruseks get. I hate the hate all of them get. I wish that everybody would leave them alone. I don't like that any of them paint them as being bad people, because I don't think any of them are bad people. I think they're all decent people who've experienced a tragedy of magnitudes that hopefully most of us cannot even relate to, right?
Right. It's because they're parents of both of them, and they weren't directly involved in any of this. They may have been influencers for some things, but they're not the ones that did any of this. So, I mean.
Absolutely. And DC Primetime makes a good point here. Only one of them is a murderer. It's time to accept that there is a line. 100%. Only one of them is a murderer. And, I will say, I've said this again, I'll say it a million times. I personally believe Chris Watts is exactly where he belongs. Now, Chance Bush says, and welcome Chance says, all we can do is go on the facts found pertaining to this case. And that's totally right. All we can do is look at the facts that have been found and have been presented pertain.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And to that point, I have a question, Kelly,
Yeah.
about the facts. When they split, if I may, when they split and did this North Carolina thing, and Chris stayed behind, I'm starting to think that ostensibly they said he had to work. I'm not sure he didn't talk his way out of that.
Yeah.
And but then I'm wondering if you know, or maybe some of your subs and mods know, or Molson, or if when she got out to North Carolina, was she still doing the Thrive thing then, or did she knock it off with that once she got out there?
No, she was doing it there. She was
Totally doing it there. Totally doing
yeah.
it there.
Yeah.
And how about she did it the whole time? And how about when Watts showed up? Was she still doing it then, or did they?
I don't really,
because that was the Nutgate.
Well,
Nutgate didn't happen until he got there.
He came
And
on
so
July
then-
31st. He left the 6th. They did a beach vacation. Chances are she probably, and plus, you remember she got sick the day he got there. So chances are she probably didn't do any promotion during that time. But during the whole month of July, yeah, she was there. And in fact, she had said, and there's a post on Facebook that she was going to travel to Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, all kinds of places in that region to do what she was, whether she did or didn't, that's never been determined. But that was her original intent. But the week when he got there, July 31st until August the 6th, she got sick immediately, for whatever reason. We already know what we think or what's been told. But then they did do the family thing to Myrtle Beach. So I don't know that she actually
I know that.
worked that week.
But I'm talking specifically Thrive. Did she do, if she was doing Thrive when she was out there in North Carolina, the Thrive live stream stuff, was she doing that at the Watts house or at her parents' house?
Both, I believe.
Oh, she was just doing it everywhere. Because remember, the whole thing was she could work from everywhere. So I think she was just trying to, have those, what is it, like the locals or the gatherings where she would try to share the product. But as far as, was she still doing it actively once he showed up? I actually don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'd be very curious to see her doing one of those videos from the Watts home in North Carolina, if any of those exist.
I don't believe they do. I don't believe they do exist.
I don't know if
that would be.
Well, because think about it, John. After July the 8th, she never returned to the Watts house. So, and that was well before Christopher got there. So, no, she got there. She left on June 26th, I believe, from Colorado to North Carolina. July 9th when July 8th when all hell broke loose. So, no, I don't think she ever did anything at the Watts house.
No, right. It was all from her parents' house once she got to North Carolina. Remember the thunderstorm and all that when she was trying to get the girls out?
Oh, the girls were running around the yard.
Yeah. So, but
so there's nothing from the Watts.
From the Watts house.
That's too bad. That would be kind of interesting to see, but I guess there aren't any. So.
No, not that. Well, she was only, at the Watts house per se for that one night of July 7th, when there was that video recording of Bella and Cece in the bed with Cindy Watts singing the 10 monkeys jumping on a bed, I think that's the only time
apparently she spent that was her second, and I could be wrong, but I think I've heard that was her second weekend there. She only did weekends there. So when she got there in late June, I don't know the exact what days of the week that was, but I think it was June 26th when she went out there.
That's right.
27th. So I guess the end of June, there was probably a weekend. And then, of course, the July, whatever. So I think she did one weekend in late June or early July, and then the weekend into a little bit of July when Nutgate happened. And I could be wrong, but I thought that was the point. She was doing the week with her family and the weekends with the Watts until it wasn't happening no more.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah. And maybe that might be the case. I could be wrong on that. We'll have to look into that.
And I could be too. I'm just saying that's what I thought I had heard.
Huh. That's very possible.
And were the Ruseks working, while they were there? Did they continue working or did they take time off too?
Well, they were working because when I do know this, they said when they went, when Chris and Shanann and the girls went to Myrtle Beach, remember the Watts family was going to go, and stay with them, but that never ended up happening. So Sandy and Frank went down there, but they were never down there at the same time. They went down there on different days, apparently because of their work schedules.
I see.
Yeah, so they were all working. All the grandparents were
But
working.
Ronnie did take a specific week off work for that visit, and he never saw Chris until he saw him on the porch, but Chris never went to Myrtle Beach. Remember they left a note son, we're at the beach.
Yes,
they never got together on the beach, and he specifically took that time that 7 days or maybe 5, whatever.
Exactly.
Wasn't there a discussion about that where they weren't allowed to go, they rented a place and they weren't allowed to go and hang out at the same time?
Shanann made it clear that she didn't want her kids around them because Cindy apparently was trying to kill,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Shanann said in no uncertain terms that he was allowed to go see his parents, but
the children were not allowed to go, and that's something but I mean, thankfully she did allow. I didn't mean it that way. He was able to take his children to see his grandmother, which is something he wanted to do, but he was never able to take his children to see his own parents while he was there. So
yes. So to answer some of these questions, I'm asking questions without putting out all of the information. So let's look at the discovery, the date, July 9th, the day after Nutgate. Okay, so we have at 17:24, Watts made an unanswered call to Shanann. She called him back immediately, and they held nearly a 9-minute conversation. Now at 8:16, it says, Shanann discussed how Watts' mother gave Celeste ice cream with nuts in the ingredients. Shanann felt this was done in defiance of Shanann's warnings of Celeste's food allergies. Shanann told Watts, you should call your dad and tell him you do not appreciate your mom putting your daughter at risk today, nor do you like that she teased our girls. You should also say you don't appreciate her saying that you have to learn they can't always get what they want, referring to the ice cream. They were only 2 and 4. Well, my God, I'm going to put my 2 cents in here. If there's something that Cece needed to learn, it's that she wasn't always going to get what she wanted. That kid there were some serious discipline problems in that home. And I'm saying that as a behavioral therapist, and I will stand by it. Watts would reply, I will call him and tell him what I think about this. It's not fucking cool at all because it's our kids. I will set this right. So,
Kelly, can I jump in real quick about the ice cream?
Yes.
If you read the discovery and everything we learned, it was not Cindy that grabbed the ice cream out of the refrigerator or the freezer. It was the kids that did it. So if Cece did get the bad ice cream, it was just what it was. It wasn't. There was no.
Because Jamie's child went and got it out of the freezer. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, Cindy bought we already determined earlier. They went to Walmart and they bought the things for that family, specific for that family. So it wasn't like the kids got the ice cream and maybe the kids fucked it up and they gave her the wrong one. That could have been, and maybe that's why Shanann flipped out. Maybe she did see that, but that wasn't Cindy's doing. That was kids just the thing. And that I think people don't realize that.
Kids being kids.
Yes, exactly. I mean, who cares, right? When it's kids, I mean, ice cream's ice cream, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good point. And now I also must bring up the point that, the whole thing was that, Cindy even had this stuff in the house. There is, and I do have it somewhere in my files. I didn't think to bring it up. There is, the picture on the Watts kitchen center island. I think Cece was 2 at a time. There is a photo of a giant jar of Jif peanut butter open with a knife in it. So I'm just saying, okay? So now on July 10th here, it's Shanann called Watts. They held an amen conversation. Then at 7:32, Shanann asked Watts, you okay? It's like you don't want to talk. I keep trying to talk. I had to dig it out of you. Watts replies, I'm fine, baby. The last few days at work have put a lot of responsibility on me with new people. I didn't mean to see it so short, boo. I love you to the moon and back. Shanann responds, I miss you and I feel like you just want to work out and run. Watts claimed running helps clear my head. It's a way to free it all. Shanann didn't buy the excuse. I wish my husband wanted to talk to me. So now as we go on a little bit, there's some short things here in the discovery. Now we get to the day of, okay, this is something I'm going to get to. We're going to do a part 2 and I'm going to talk about this. It notes that on July 13th, Watts logged on to Facebook. The issue with Facebook also becomes critical here as well. On July 14th, also Kessinger and Watts visited the Mustang Museum in Boulder together. I've made several videos about this. This is a day when I believe Watts decided, what was going to happen. This was a day when Kessinger went back to their house after they went to the Mustang Museum. She saw the picture of Shanann and one of the kids after Dieter drug her upstairs, and she was all upset. And she eventually told Chris Watts that she wants to give him his first son.
Goddamn Dieter.
Oh my God darn Dieter. Now, this is where, and I mean, man, I do feel I feel terrible for Shanann. They're at the Mustang Museum, and it says at 12:46 to 13:08 hours, Shanann, so just 2.5 hours, Shanann made 4 unanswered calls to Watts. And then finally, Watts answered the 5th call, and they held a 1.5-minute conversation. Now he's looking for places to take his girlfriend out to eat. Shanann continued to make unanswered calls to Watts. When you look at the call logs, you'll find that on this day, July 14th, Shanann made 10 unanswered calls to Watts. And then, Kessinger called Watts and they held a nearly 5-minute conversation. Kessinger called Watts and they held a 43-minute conversation. And then it says during that call and just after, Shanann made 4 more unanswered calls to Watts. Things were getting, pretty critical. It was at night when Watts spent nearly 2 hours online researching debunked minerals, looking for dioptase, which is something that, Nichol Kessinger had told him about. Now on the 15th, Watts called Shanann. They held an 8-minute conversation. Shanann called Watts. They held a nearly 5-minute conversation. Then Watts calls Vivint. They held a nearly 20-minute conversation. He entered Vivint into his contacts following the call. He probably learned that if you want to get something removed from the security information on Vivint, you have to call them. I don't know what happened, but he takes a picture of the basement that morning.
Doesn't this prove, though, with everything, Kelly, real quick, what you're saying,
yeah,
that they weren't in cahoots. They were not communicating normally, like a husband and wife would. I mean,
right.
you a 6-minute conversation here, a 4-minute conversation there. They're separated for a month. Like these two have done checked out, in my opinion.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So what?
And the kids, and you got to take into account the kids talking to him. Some of that time should be the kids talking to
right.
Dad.
And there wasn't much of that either. It was a total disconnect, and it goes back to what Sandy was, what the people that worked with her was like. It was a trial separation. That it seems that's exactly what it was. And when he showed up July 31st, and you saw the thing when he was walking off the plane, and the kids came and hugged him, and she complain like, oh, he didn't hug me. Well, you wouldn't. You guys have been disconnected forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll just interject.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kurt.
No, it's all right. No, don't apologize. I was just interjecting something. With 3 men on this panel and 1 woman, I think the 3 of us men can say, when you're checked out, you're checked out.
I agree.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I think as a woman, when you're checked out, you're checked out.
I've been happily married for 24 years. I just had my 24th wedding anniversary on Halloween, so I'm happily married. But I can agree that when you're checked out, you're checked out.
Think back to other relationships you had. When you were
exactly.
So it's like you just get done with it, and when you're done with it, you're done with it. And I think he was done with it. It doesn't excuse him for what happened afterwards.
No way.
Totally.
The way he dealt with being checked out was not obviously
yeah
the right way to deal with it, because he was crazy. But it just but when it gets to the point when with men, I can just say personally with me, this is the way I have been when I've been in relationships with women, and things have just gotten too intense, and I'm done with it. I'm done with it, and you're checked out.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily mean you're screwing around with some other woman.
Right.
It's just there's not enough communication going on to fix things. It has to be both sides to fix it.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris Watts, I mean, he's an asshole. I mean, he's everything that he shouldn't be. I mean, he's, never mind him, but
right.
He had a lot of pressure on him, meaning in terms of like trying to give the facade of he wasn't happy. Obviously, he wouldn't straight if he were. So therefore, I'm sure and I will say this. I do feel, and I know this is crazy to say, I do feel he did love his children. I can't wrap my head around what happened to his kids.
I know. I feel that.
I do feel everything I've seen, and obviously I was not a
other influencers came in to do that other crazy stuff too. I
have a question if I could real quick.
Please, John.
Has it ever been sort of proven or made clear exactly what this North Carolina trip was all about? Was it really a trial separation? I think the Watts themselves told everyone that, hey, we're going out to, they haven't seen the grandkids, they haven't seen Cece or whatever, and we're going out there for a visit, and Chris can't go because he's got to work. And that was kind of their story to everybody. But wasn't there kind of a, well, no, not really, because they hadn't been getting along, and this is really more of a trial sort of separation kind of thing?
Yeah.
She was calling him a bachelor. She said, I'm making all my meals.
It's never really been put in print what that was. I mean, so
I'm wondering at this point, has it ever been an established fact what was really going on there with that trip anyway?
No, I don't think so. As far as I know, the answer to that is no. Do you know anything?
I do believe it was a trial separation thing. I do.
Yeah, but I don't think that there's anything. I don't think there's anything definitive out there that tells us, okay, this is the real deal. Like to your question,
right.
Yeah.
And so, if it was a trial separation thing, then it makes me wonder. I don't know if the facts are available when Chris Watts bought his airplane ticket, but it make me wonder what happened during that 5 weeks that convinced Chris to go out there.
Yeah, well, I think he planned to go out there
for him.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. In my opinion, I said I guarantee, and that's not true because how could I? I do believe that she was a planner. She said, you're coming out July 31st, whatever she said was going to happen. He conformed to policy. Let's face it. He did. I mean,
yeah.
And I think I don't think he's like, hey, hun, I'll take off the third week of July or the fourth week and I'll come out there. Like, no, she told him when he was coming out. I mean,
well, and that there's one video.
It's
the one video. It's a little over half an hour long. It's the one where Shanann's in the living room. She's wearing a light purple top, and Chris is sitting on the floor playing with Bella. And Cece comes over. She goes, "Dee don't take my spot. Dee don't take my spot." And then Shanann goes outside and she talks more about how. She talks about her health challenges and how everything led her to the life she is now. And she says, Chris is the best thing that ever happened to me. It's somewhere in the beginning of that video. I think it's like the first 8 minutes. She talks about their plans to go out to North Carolina for a few weeks. And she says
that was done May 5th of 2018. So
exactly.
That was,
And she says Chris is going to be going for 1 week. So she had already determined that like a long time in advance.
Right, of course, because he had to work his ass off to support that family.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I mean, Colorado's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. I mean, what was it? What their house payment was like $3,500 a month. I mean,
yeah.
He probably didn't have that much vacation. He hadn't been in Anadarko very long, so he probably didn't have very much vacation anyway. A couple weeks at most.
Good point, John.
Probably, yeah.
Kelly, Sis Vicious, one of your subs is asking for a link. It's up to you.
Oh, yeah, sis.
She's great. I mean,
yeah, well, I love my sis. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Here. I love my sis.
But no, John, you're right. He couldn't have much time. So, and of course he had to work. He had to pay bills. I mean, see that I go back and forth this case with. I'm not a Shanann hater, and people think I am, and people knock me for it, and I'm not. But I'm looking at it on both sides. I mean, it's
well, and I think Kelly's onto something with this Nutgate thing, because it's that time frame That
Yeah.
that time frame when Watts shows up in North Carolina, that what's going on there is very critical, I think, to what happened.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely. No, I totally agree with that, John. Absolutely.
So I don't know, Kelly. Maybe in the past you've really looked at that, but I've never seen really a lot of people really just focus right on that
Right.
North
Yeah.
Carolina trip, and not the whole
No.
trip, just when Watts is there, because that's
Yeah,
when
no,
she
I
got
think
the
that's
feeling
something to
bad.
look more into.
Who
Yeah.
goes away for a whole month though? I mean, truth be told, I mean, who really does a trip like that? I mean, come on, think about it. I mean, like
I know it is definitely
that
strange.
right. Thank you,
And-
Kelly.
Well,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the
Here, I want
whole
to watch this. Oh, go ahead, honey. Go ahead.
Well, when I was a kid, my parents used to take us to my cousin's house, and we go down there for a whole month
Yeah.
in the summertime.
Okay.
Oh, John, don't
Well,
fuck. Come on, I didn't
You're
go
so
there,
welcome.
John.
Here, now let me tell this is just a 2-minute news clip. It's not the one where I've been looking for the one where Sandy Rusick's coworkers from the salon talk about, that there was going to be a trial separation. This is a different one though. I'm not even sure what it says, but it just interested me. I just want to play it really quick. Then I'm going to bring Suspicious up as well. Oops.
Don't trust her. She's gonna screw this all.
At one point, Shanann Watts texts
Oops, here we
I'm
go.
only
Okay.
kidding.
lapsing. At one point, Shanann Watts texts a good friend about Chris, quote, "He has changed. I don't know who he is." Late tonight, the Weld County District Attorney's Office in Colorado released nearly 2,000 pages of documents related to the murders of Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters. The documents contain detailed police reports from a variety of different departments, as well as conversations investigators had with family members, friends, and coworkers of Chris and Shanann. There are also text messages. In one on August 7th, Shanann says to a close friend, quote, "Chris told me last night he's scared to death about this 3rd baby, and he's happy with just Bella and Celeste and doesn't want another baby." The next day, Shanann texts the same friend about Chris, quote, "He said we're not compatible anymore. He refused to hug me after he said he will try to work it out." Another text with a friend that day shows Shanann canceled a planned gender reveal for their unborn baby. When that friend asked what happened, Shanann writes, "He said he had a lot of time to think." Chris was alone in Colorado while Shanann spent time here in North Carolina visiting both sets of families. Documents in our interview with Chris Watts' family shows the 2 were often at odds. There are also text messages from Chris after his family disappears. He goes into the extensive searches of his house and even writes, quote, "There's still a chance in my mind she's with someone I don't know of. I really hope that's the case." The police have seen all the footage from the cameras. Also in these documents, detailed interviews with Nichol Kessinger. She's the woman who said she had an affair with Watts starting in the summer. Last week, she told her story to the Denver Post. There's some graphic details in here, but in one text, she writes about Watts, quote, "He seems too good to be true. I think he really likes me." Tisha, back to you.
Oh boy. Now I just want to answer another question here. My goodness. Lee RD, and welcome, Lee RD, honey. How are you doing? Lee RD says it could have been a trial separation. Didn't Shanann look at houses in North Carolina? And yes, she did. And the book readout I did of All My Broken Pieces, the Cindy Watts manuscript. Cindy Watts talks about Shanann looking at a couple houses and saying that the houses were still like way out of the price range that she felt that was like reasonable. So here, I'm going to bring DC Primetime and Suspicious up on the live stream. Look at all these great people. I just love all these wonderful panelists.
All My Broken Pieces was not Cindy Watts. Let's just say that real quick. I have to.
Okay, so it was. Can you clarify for us, please?
I know for a fact it was Kathleen Hootson.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No.
Yes,
I just want to give her credit because I love her.
Yes, definitely give her. So it's Kathleen Houston McKenna, right? Is that her? Okay.
She was the ghostwriter before the ghostwriter,
right.
like meaning she did it and she it was all.
And then it was stolen by a certain channel and leaked.
It was
then,
exactly.
So that's exactly. I'm sorry, I totally forgot.
No.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So here, let's please welcome to the live stream DC Primetime, my darling friend, and also my girl, Sis Vicious. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome.
We got a cool panel here.
Hello.
Yeah, cool panel. Hey, what's up, guys? So
What's
let
up,
me start
ladies?
Let's start with just how. Let me start with DC Primetime. She just appears first in my rotation here. So DC Primetime, what do you have to say, my friend?
I mean, it's all true. Everything is true. What Molson Man says is true. What Kurt says is true. It's all true. I mean, these are all factors that led up to the ultimate demise of Chris Watts' family. There's a lot to unpack. I mean, I'm just kind of watching the chat here also. So I'm gonna let Sis talk. Sis, you go.
Wait, just really quick before, and I can't wait to hear Sis talk. I just want to answer this question. One thing here, it's Wendy L. and welcome. Nice to see you, Wendy. How you doing? Says, I wish we knew what caused Shanann Watts to see a lawyer in March or April. So just to clarify this, it's not that she went to intentionally go seek out a lawyer in March or April. It's that she and her friend went to, I believe it was a hibachi place.
It was happenstance. It was fucking.
Yeah, it was happenstance. It was fucking happenstance.
Yeah, they were just the same. I didn't mean to interrupt, but they were the same restaurant together.
No, exactly. They were the same restaurant together.
Hibachi, you all sit together. They just.
Yep,
that's
exactly. That's why I was important with hibachi.
Sorry.
So the attorney was there with his wife. They were all, no, thank you. They were all sitting together, and he just, when the story broke, he said, oh my God, I remember talking to her about a divorce. So he went to authorities and wanted to report what he recalled. And I believe that he was completely credible. So I just wanted to clarify that point. So, hey, Sis Vicious, what's up? What do you think?
Hey, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Okay. And yes, thank you, Debbie. Debbie says correct, Kelly. Debbie says it's right. We know we're on the right track.
Yeah, it just happened. She had the restaurant. I think that was in April of 2018, like the spring before,
Yep.
And they just happened to be there. And what's funny, Kelly? The friend that she was with has never been identified, to my knowledge. She had dinner with a girlfriend of hers, and it's never been identified. Do you know?
I was just thinking that through real quick, and I was.
DC, do you know who that or Kurt? And anyone who we're all Watts Island residents. Does anyone know who the?
We are residents.
Yeah, does no one knows? I mean, why I can't speak for you guys, but do you guys know who she was having dinner with? She with a girlfriend of hers. That was said. I have no idea. It wasn't Jenna. Fuck, I can't. Her last name escaped me. The one that was supposed to be in her wedding. The one that she came to call Dieter's.
No. Jenna. She and Jenna.
No, they already had a program.
Their last name is like Dietrich or something.
Dietz. There it is.
Dietz.
I wonder who the female she was having at the hibachi with the lawyer. But anyway, I mean, does anyone know?
No, I do not know.
I don't know. But I can tell you, I mean, when you're pregnant, your priorities change. And even if you're married to an idiot, you try to make it work. So I just want to say that. I just want to say that.
And you're right. Like, she wouldn't have been pregnant then, though, DC. She wasn't pregnant.
But she was pregnant when she was buying the books and when she
was
trying to make it work.
Yeah.
And maybe she didn't want to believe like what her friends were saying on the Arizona trip.
And I really believe towards the very end, like, one of the, I mean, this is tragic.
It's like a Hail Mary.
But one of the most, I really do think that she started to like change, like in her heart of hearts. I'm sorry, her life was taken from her. Some people say, oh, she wasn't a young mother. She was young enough. She was only 34 years old. I'm about to be 44 years old. I'm 10 years older than that. She was, she had a lot of life to learn. She had a lot to mature. She definitely made some mistakes. And I have to believe if she was allowed to live out her God-given life, she would have learned and she would have made better choices. We have no reason to believe otherwise. It's not like she was incapable of evolving. I don't know.
And we can't ask her nothing now. So therefore, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, to that point, Kelly,
go ahead.
I mean, I'm sorry. And I like to see things from both sides, but they were both like, they were both a little messed up.
They were definitely both a little messed up.
Chris was messed up. I mean, and both of their mothers tried to make excuses for them, and that just kind of added fuel to the fire, in my opinion. I'm sorry, everybody's gonna hate me on this panel.
No.
But I think
not at all. I mean, that's just
I would of course not. We're all friends here. We've always been friends here.
If you look back through history of criminal activity and all that, I mean, who's the one person that stands up for the criminal? It's always their moms. I mean, because that mother bond.
Right. Because
or-
your mother
Well,
loves you.
not Dahmer, but that's another story.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well, his
Here,
father
let me
did though, because he had no mother. His father did.
yeah.
let me let
Lionel did.
Suspicious
Yeah.
weigh in a little bit here. She's patiently waiting, and then we'll get around to
Of
everybody
course.
again. So,
I'm usually
I'm sorry. She told me she dissed me anyway. She's like, hold on, bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
What's
can you
up?
hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can hear
Okay.
you. How are you
Yeah.
doing, honey?
I'm good. Don't apologize. I'm usually the one talking over people. So I just had a comment on something that you said through my own looking glass. And as far as Chris, maybe not talking to the kids as much as people think he should have been or this and that. From my own experience, my hubby, he's active duty military and he leaves a lot. My daughter is very similar, or very close to Cece's age. And in all honesty, it sucks because you want them to talk, you want to do the FaceTimes, but
Right.
it almost makes it harder
Yeah,
because
I could see
it's like that first couple weeks, of them being gone. It's difficult. And then he pops up on a FaceTime, and she doesn't understand that he's not always there. She doesn't understand that every time I pick my phone up, Daddy's not there.
Sure.
And she's just too little to understand that he's gone and isn't coming home every day. And his office, keep the door shut, she'll be banging at the door like I'm hiding him in there or something. So I get it to an extent because it's hard with little ones to explain what's going on. And again, you get over that hump of the first couple of weeks. Kids are very delicate anyway. It's hard for them to adjust to so much change. And then when you start introducing things that they're familiar with, it just kind of makes them go haywire. And I've noticed, behavior wise, anytime he's gone, it's like things just go off the rails with my daughter, but she just isn't equipped to adjust to the change. And she channels that outward emotionally. And so like you were saying, I do think there's a discipline problem, but I find myself doing the same thing because I know she's having a hard time and struggling. It's like, and this is just the softy mom in me. I overcompensate for that by spoiling her when I probably
But
shouldn't.
sis, in this case, I don't think that didn't apply. I mean, there was a family. I mean, thank God you're doing what you're doing because your husband's not able to be there. But they were there, and she rolled out to do her summer vacation. That was a vacation thing. I'm like, I think it's just different. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you have to the girls have never really been away from Chris that long before, so there would have been an adjustment period. They're in a new place under someone else's
good point.
roof.
Good point.
That is a lot of change and a lot of. I mean, imagine how confusing that would have been for the girls.
Yeah.
You're on vacation.
They were visiting the grandparents.
You're
It's not like they
2
moved
years
to
old.
a new town. I mean, it was new to them because they were young, of course. But I mean, they were still surrounded by love. I get what you're saying though. At the same time,
Yeah.
So,
And real quick, and for sis, I just want to thank your husband for his service.
Exactly.
Yes,
Happy
absolutely.
Veterans
Veterans
Day.
Day.
Veterans Day
Yeah.
of all days. Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Suspicious. Thank
Right,
you.
there you go.
No, and thank you
I'll
for
let him know.
your raising your family in
Sacrifice.
his absence. That's an amazing thing. So I just
It
wanted
really
to mention
is.
that.
Yeah. I didn't know that about you, sis. That's really awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Yay. Hooray.
Well, no, it's hard.
I know it's hard. I know it's
It's
really,
hard
I'm sure it's
nonetheless.
hard.
Yeah.
People say that, but honestly, I've always been super independent. So I don't look forward to him being gone, but it is, I don't know. There's things sometimes, if I know he has a trip planned or something like that, a couple weeks, I'll set projects aside waiting for that. So I don't mind it so much. It's when they get in the long, 6-8 weeks, plus. Thankfully, he doesn't travel for that long anymore. This is one of the longest ones in recent memories, 10 weeks, but just under. So that's too much for me. But a week or two, I'm like, yes, I really don't mind it. It's kind of nice. But again, anything over that is just a little much. But
Oh my goodness.
don't tell him I said that.
We're just gonna thank him. That's all we're gonna do. Okay.
It's nice. It's nice knowing that your husband is doing that, and I come from a military family background, so hats off to him and all the women that have husbands that are overseas and all that for Veterans Day today. It's
Yeah, and
Bless
all the husbands that have wives overseas today, or all the wives and
Uh,
wives and husbands of husbands.
both. Yes.
Definitely, because there isn't, you know, to Sis's point, there is a point where it's becomes different when you're used to dad picking you up from school every day, and then all of a sudden he's not there for whatever reason, trial separation, trying to save money on daycare, whatever the reason is that she went there. It's kind of unclear. But I do believe that there's a basis for Molson's point that it was a trial separation. I mean, that was basically shown in the media that the hairdressers at Sandy's salon said yes, she was planning on leaving Chris or separating from Chris. That's facts. That happened.
Well, let's listen to what Shanann said here, and this was from, what was it, May 5th. You have such a good memory, Molson. Let's just hear what she was saying all the way back in May 5th about the plans to go to North Carolina. Then I'm trying to find that news clip, then we'll go to Sis. Here we go.
Be in every weekends because that's the demand. The demands were always the weekends, so they needed more help. So I feel really blessed. This summer I'm going to San Diego with Chris. We're going
Now, I also just want to know, I feel like her eyes are swollen in this video, like she had just been crying. I just wonder what happened that, I don't know, just notice that. I don't know. Let me know what you think.
June 22nd through the 26th. No, the 26th we come home at 1:30 in the morning. And then the 26th, that afternoon at 5:30 at night, Bella, Cece, and I and my dad are flying back to North Carolina for 6 weeks. 6 weeks we're going to be in North Carolina, but Cece, right? And we're going to go spend time with our families and friends and everything else. And then we're going to come back August 7th. And then I fly to Scottsdale, Arizona on the 11th for a mini little retreat with my team. And we're going to have a lot of fun. What are you doing? This child does not sit still ever. Look at this. Bella, say hi.
I don't want to say hi, God damn it. Sorry.
Kelly. We can say hi to them. They might hear us. I don't know.
They might.
They might.
Here, she said something about Chris here. Let's see.
Yeah, day in the life with Cece. And,
Do you feel like
just
doing this
feel
video,
blessed that
she's
we
just
can
playing it off? Is she checked out too? In your opinion?
Wait, just one second. I just want to see where she says something
Sorry.
about Chris not
and
going there. It's
travel
okay.
the world. One day Chris can travel that long with us. But just to be the
That was a
time
slide
freedom
at
with
Chris.
Yeah, I think that's all she says. So yeah, I feel like it was too. But yeah, what were you gonna ask, Molson?
No, I'm saying, like, do you, judging from this video, do you feel like she's checking out too, in a sense? Like, I didn't get the whole, like, she's trying to give the whole, like, oh, everything's great this summer, we're doing this, that. Nah, she's not happy.
No.
Yeah, no.
Right.
I think if we go back to what we all believe about the relationship between Chris and NK, if we are,
I'm not even thinking about NK though. That plays a part. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think if we're, all falling in the school of thought that their relationship started before they both claimed that it did, it would make sense that there were problems or, issues in the relationship. Now, it's interesting to me because if you look at Shanann's messages with her friends, according to her, they couldn't keep their hands off each other, lovey-dovey. And that might have been true on their San
That's
Diego
bullshit.
trip,
That didn't happen.
but I'm not buying that for that
No,
whole
me
time.
neither. I didn't buy they had sex the morning she was murdered. No, I don't believe that either.
Well,
no.
To Sis's point, I think that she did plan these weekend getaways for her and Chris when stuff got real in order to rekindle it. I think she was she had a pattern of trying to.
That's my thing. Like you just said, DC, a pattern. You can't plan like magic. You know what I mean? It just happens when like.
No, I mean it's about keeping it copacetic and trying to keep the family together.
I don't know how to
yeah,
keep it
that-
copacetic or keep the family together. That's why I've never been married. So I'm going to just duck out of this
No,
conversation.
but
I'll go ahead.
I've been married for 24 years, and I'm happily married. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, we've had our you know, our ups and downs.
I'm not
If my
talking
wife,
about,
if
like,
we're having
my
a down
marriage
moment and she
or
plans a
your
weekend
marriage,
getaway, that's not going to work out well. You know what I mean?
think that was her pattern. I think her pattern was trying to like rekindle things with Chris.
Her
and
pattern
trying
was
to
she
get-
didn't want to be messy. She didn't want to mess.
No.
And I use that, you know,
No,
the messy
that's not
thing.
what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm
no.
thinking like when he was
No.
pulling away for whatever reason, like things got too real, like she would try to fix
But
things,
you
and
can't,
that worked for her
you
in the
can't
past.
fabricate love or emotions. That's what I'm saying. But you just said it yourself. She's trying. No, it's not.
She's trying, yeah.
She was trying, but it was already a dead issue at this particular point. I mean, they were married for several years. We're just talking about the end game thing.
Okay, well, I mean, hold on here though, because at some point she got pregnant, so they weren't both two cold fish. I
Good
mean,
point. Good
something
point. Good
happened
point.
at some point, and I think it's safe to say San Diego wasn't just a lover's getaway; it was a work trip. So, assuming that they both knew well in advance, they had got a ticket for Chris, they had got a ticket for Shanann. I don't think they would have just wasted the money for Chris to just not go above and beyond. Additionally, he knew that she was leaving for North Carolina the same day they got back. So get away, eat some free food, eat some free drinks, sit in the sunshine,
No,
and
I
then
think it
you
really
come back and
cost
your
them a
wife
lot
is
of
leaving. So
I
go
think
ahead.
it cost them a lot of money to take these trips. I don't
I
think
agree
it
with that
was
too.
Yeah,
I think it was
yes,
costly,
yes.
and I think that it was like intentional on Shanann's part in order to kind of like try to fix things, like bandage the relationship with Chris. That's
A
what I think.
disconnect occurred around March or April of the spring of 2018, and like he just disconnected and he was done.
But it was a Thrive
In my
event.
opinion.
That's what I'm saying. So if they
Yeah.
spent money planning to go, I don't think that's indicative of anything that was or wasn't happening in the relationship. They
Right.
spent the money, they committed to go. It was on the schedule. They're going. She's leaving right when they get back. But again, too, you know, in the trip, first of all, I would never sign up to be gone away from my house for 6 weeks. Personally, I would
Who
never
would,
want to
right?
spend
That's
6
not normal.
water
6
the
weeks with my
plants.
in-laws.
Yeah.
Right. That's
Right.
just that's too much for me. However, the only way that I can see that wasn't, you know, relative to what was happening at home with her and Chris and maybe feeling like you needed to get away is both of her parents, Chris's parents, were, you know, miles and miles away during her first 2 pregnancies. If she was in a position to maybe go back home to spend some of that time during this pregnancy with her parents and her family to experience a little bit of that with them, perhaps I can see it. Otherwise, I think it was wholly because she was trying to put some distance there, right? Sometimes distance makes the heart grow fonder, and sometimes distance just creates more distance. But I don't know that there was much other recourse at the time because I don't know. I would never sign up to be away from 6 weeks, especially being pregnant, because I think about when I was, you know, 12, 13, 14 weeks pregnant. I felt great. I didn't no morning sickness, anything. It was later in my pregnancy. I mean, it's like a freaking sloth lived in my house. I couldn't do anything.
Well, sis, did you want your like family around because to enjoy your pregnancy and your you know, all that? Did you want that?
No, I didn't even want my mom at my delivery. I told her to stay at home, and she
Well,
beat
you
me to
just
the
ruined my
hospital,
point
and she
I was
didn't
about to
listen.
make.
I'm a very private person, though.
I get
So,
it.
but
I get it.
Shanann was totally opposite.
But you didn't
She
move across the
shared-
country either, did you? I mean, obviously, I mean.
No, I'm just saying for me, I'm a very private person. I didn't even want
No,
my
I
mom at
get
my
it.
delivery. She puts her whole life on
Yeah,
display
she does.
for everyone that she knows, and she makes that part of her content
Yeah.
and part of her
Now-
sales pitch.
She
So
does. No,
I
go
can't
ahead, I'm sorry.
relate. No, I was just gonna say
I just want
that.
I want to play this like little clip here. When I was looking for some things, I found this little this piece of an interview with Frank Rusek where he talks about, you know, in part Shanann's decision making process and going out to North Carolina and staying that long this summer. I can't remember exactly what this says, so let's just all listen to it together real quick here.
Some stuff didn't bother them. Now that's could be just the way they're brought up. I have, people brought up all different ways. But I feel that also Chris may have thought that if something did happen just to Shanann, he knew it would happen to him, but maybe he knew that, hey, no, these kids are not going to her parents. So these things run through my head, in thinking of what maybe he was thinking of, I just don't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is it normal for them to come out for that long during the summer?
No, this was the first time Shanann did it.
Okay.
Because she knew that she was going to be pregnant and that she wouldn't be able to come, start flying. And she figured that if she came out, she'd be able to spend time with us and his family. So that everybody could see the kids for the summer and do whatever, we could do. We all were planning on like going to the beach at the end of because Chris was coming out the last week. And we were all planning his family and everybody, go to the beach and everybody have a good time. So no, they never come out that long. Because she called me up and she said, Dad, I'm gonna come out for the summer, come out for in the summertime and spend some time with you guys, because we always come out here to watch the kids. Me and my wife always come out and take time. We take our vacations to come out here and watch the kids while they go on their vacations, because the company pays for everything. So we come out, okay, yeah, great, because we get to spend time with the kids. So one of us come out here.
Which is
So
just really quick to DC's point. The company pays for everything. That is, just a misconception that it sounds like Shanann was putting out there. That, and I've made videos on this before, how MLMs work. I've been part of a few MLMs, and even after that, I've done research on them. I've interviewed people who are part of MLMs much more than even I was, and the company will pay for like your plane ticket or your room and board, like one or the other, and you pay for the rest. It is not a free vacation. You end up footing a lot of a bill, and I'm going to keep listening to Frank, but I just wanted to put that out there.
This was totally, different. Like she said, I'll come out for 2 weeks. I said, okay, no problem. And she called me back. She says, well, maybe I'll come out for a little longer. I said, can you handle being with your mother longer? Well, I'll just have to try to work that out. I said, okay. Because they're, my wife always says, my kids don't take after me. I said, oh, your daughter is, you guys, and me and my son are the same way. It's like butt heads all the time. Right? It could be the simplest thing, and we're just butting heads. So it's not like they fought. It was just, they just butt heads. I said, well, if you can handle it, then fine. And then she said, okay. And she called me back and said, well, Mom's birthday's coming up too, and maybe we'll just stay out there for a little longer and just spend, I'll go stay here with you and then go by Chris's family and, go back and forth. No problem. So it was nothing. That was the first time it happened. And I guess it gave him time to think about what he's going to do. Because I don't think this was a spur of the moment thing.
Why are you saying that?
Well, because stuff don't add up. Why would you move the car out of the garage? Supposedly we're here and you have a girlfriend.
Okay, so I just want to go back another couple minutes. There were some other interesting things that were said by Frank here that I want to listen to that didn't necessarily have to do with the planning, but nevertheless.
Even at the house here, they'd always cry for daddy. Daddy,
oh, wait,
daddy,
hold it.
daddy.
Let me go back.
Like, daddy.
Same last name, I'm assuming. Yes. Do you know her date of birth?
I don't know if I talked really fast or they just talked really slow.
8/27/60.
Honey, you talk really fast, and they also talk really slow. I
know. To get back to Chris,
yeah.
The girls were never out there. They got punished for any reason. Even at the house here, they'd always cry for daddy. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Like, daddy's the easy one. They can get away with everything. Go in the corner. Oh, daddy, daddy, daddy. When they were with me, Shanann has said it.
Wait, really quick. So Mitch says, I don't know where turn the corner, but the chat got a little contentious. Everyone, just please be respectful of one another. Debbie McLean and Muffy, Dragon Slayer, I love both of you. I understand that you guys are not seeing eye to eye on things. It's all good. Blame it on me if you want, but guys, please just be respectfully to each other. Thank you.
It up because I was out here for that week, and she wanted to come to visit everybody. It went from a week, then it went to 2 weeks. She says, "No, I'm gonna do it 6 weeks." She says, "It's been the summer." So she set it up so she can have the air flight with me, so we can come back together. So she wouldn't try to put 2 little kids on the airplane by herself. And when I had them, since I'm gonna go to the bathroom, whatever, they were great. Then all of a sudden they're looking for mommy, so they take off. I was being like an O.J. Simpson going through the airports chasing these 2 little kids, and I caught them, and they were at the bathroom, and Bella was just like screaming like on top of her lungs, like somebody was trying to steal her. I'm like, "Bella, your mother's coming." And I'm holding them, and they're right in the middle of an airport. And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna be arrested here for these 2 little kids screaming for their mother." And I was like right in front of the women's room, so I'm like sitting down. I wasn't about to try to pick up the carry. And I'm like, these kids are like there to get me arrested and everything else. And and when they came back to the house, they did the same thing with Chris. And now that I look at things and see what happened, why he may have done something like this. Maybe he just got tired of hearing these kids cry for mommy all the time and not him. And always, mommy disappeared. They're flying to her. And not to him.
Well, and then Frank, I have to say to Frank, we also see like a lot of videos where there are times when they're crying for daddy, and it's quite the opposite. But I think the point here is, and this might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to say it because I feel strongly about it. And I do feel that, people do need to speak out for these children because these children do not have a voice. The way that these children are behaving, and I am saying this just as somebody observing this as a mother and, to my professional capacity, they were exhibiting signs of being very ungrounded and insecure children. Like this was not good. This family was in crisis. It's whatever, that we want to go with that. But okay, so that's what Frank said. It sounds like, as he was talking about Shanann coming out, it was going to be this amount of time. It was going to be this amount of time. He doesn't really give us any clear indication as to the reason why. And this is much the same with anybody who's interviewed on the topic. Nobody really gives a clear indication as to why. So to answer the question that was put out there, it seems there really is no answer,
Kelly, one interesting thing I find with the dynamic here in this trip, this is just my opinion. I'm not, anywhere behavior psychologist, psychiatrist like you are, in that realm, but I see a major codependency prior to this sort of time frame with Chris and Shanann. And it's interesting because in a way, what we know about Chris, it seems he's always been codependent on someone close to him in his life. With Shanann, it's very opposite. She was always fiercely independent, and then I think she grew to have a codependency on Chris. When the relationship starts to break, I think Chris, for the first time, found independence and the freedom that feeling would bring him, that satisfaction of doing things on his own, what he wanted, making decisions for himself. And I think for Shanann, it was crippling because here she is always having been independent, not relying on anybody until she did. And to have that person pull away, I think it was more than she could manage. And going back to Nutgate, which was what I wanted to come up and say, it's so unfortunate. It's so sad from, afar to look at what happened. But I think that I don't, this isn't a victim bashing, but I think she overplayed her hand.
Yeah.
Because I think that, first of all, I think it was a major, major overreaction. Had Cindy given her something, different story. But the way that she reacted was completely out of pocket in my personal opinion. However, if we look at the dynamic of Chris and Shanann, based on what my opinion was just a second ago, I think that she knew, obviously, Chris isn't answering her calls. He's always MIA. He's not checking up on you. He's not a part of your life the way he once was. And I think that she knew, or at least she thought she knew, that she might not be able to get him to come to her aid and to her rescue in the way that she needed him to emotionally for just herself, but I think she thought he would for the kids. And that's why I think she made a larger deal out of it than she otherwise would have, because I believe in her mind, she thought that Chris would run to her defense, be by his side, admonish his family, say everything she wanted him to say, and then for her, life would go back to normal. Chris didn't do that. And I think she made a mountain out of a molehill expecting that, and it just completely freaking backfired in all the wrong ways. It was like a domino effect. But based on how Chris had been, it's just a little puppy dog, come here, and he was right there every single time. And again, not doing that for her personally, I think that she wasn't accepting it, but I think that she thought he would for the girls. And that's why I think she made such a freaking fiasco out of it. And I'm not trying to victim blame her, but I think she was grasping at straws to save the family and save the relationship. And I think that gave her a launch board back to be back in his good graces. I think she thought he would be right by her side, defending her to the end, as he always had prior to. But it just didn't happen in this case. The relationship was, a done deal already.
I think that's very insightful. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot to unpack there. I think it's very insightful. Yeah. Thank you.
And to add on to what she was saying is, I think the whole time that she was taking all those weeks in North Carolina, she was processing the fact that this was probably the end of her marriage. And day to day, she could have been in different mental states. Yeah. So this Nutgate thing could have been a day where she was having a really bad day, coping with the fact that her marriage was falling apart. And that might have been the catalyst of what was going on with that. So.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I just want to, this is a little bit on the topic of the live stream, a little bit off topic we've been talking about, but I just want to read this one comment. Sarah Berry, and hi, welcome, Sarah. How are you doing? Says, I'm a retired naturopath in Australia. Very cool. Children with allergies for tree nuts equals absolutely no nuts or nut derivatives. So the pro bars would be out. No pro bars if they had tree nut allergies. Yes. Thank you for saying that. From with your professional expertise and perspective, I very much appreciate that. And I just wanted to highlight that and put it out there. So yeah, everyone make sure you're please being respectful in chat. And if anybody is in here under an alt, that's something that is not allowed on this channel. So please excuse yourself and everyone be respectful. Thank you. Okay.
No, I have a question. I saw Nilda in chat earlier, and
yes, Nilda, honey.
My question for her was, and I don't know if she saw it because I was trying to watch the chat, but it was going so fast. But my question for her is, as what you were saying with Cece and the discipline issues. I mean, there were definitely some issues with Cece just letting her run around and everything. But is that not uncommon for a child who has a disability or has like a history of surgeries, etc., or like pregnancy? And I don't know if she's
okay. So what I'll just tell you what I see in Cece, and obviously, I only personally can, and there's other everyone can make their own opinion. There are other people in here that can come from different perspectives professionally or whatever, and I only can see what I see of Cece on the videos that we've made available to us. But based on what I do see, first of all, there's a fundamental problem of lack of boundaries and discipline, which is going to cause any child, with any condition, no matter how well adjusted or not they are, to behave poorly. If children do not have boundaries, there's that expression, push the boundaries. It's not even that they have to push the boundaries because they have none. So amplify that behavior, that poor behavior, as we assess it to be, of pushing the boundaries times like to the nth degree, right? So I feel like that's what Cece was doing. Now, as far as her general behavior and energy level and, tendencies go, there's a couple ways that I can look at it. She definitely was indicating some behaviors that would, be indicative of children that were going to be developing ADHD. I think she was definitely too young to make that assessment, although some, physicians will make that assessment that early. I don't think that is the proper thing to do. And that's a big area of debate in the field of child psychology, but that's a whole nother story. To me, what I believe, and I'm just going to put it out there as I see it, I believe she's behaving as a child who is understimulated and doesn't have enough opportunities to express herself and to be physically active. That's what I see in Celeste.
But with regards to the way that maybe Shanann babies her or favors her, is that something that is typical in parents who have had children with like maybe difficult pregnancies or with surgeries earlier in life?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, that I don't know of that. I mean, it makes sense though. Yeah.
Or if that
goodness.
they identify more with that child because they were more like that when they were little.
Yeah.
I think it was obvious that Bella was more the more laid back kid, and Cece had more of that, fire under her and had more. She was definitely more active, and Shanann was probably like that too when she was also. I mean, because she was a go getter. I mean, as an adult, I mean, so.
Well, to the panel, I mean, can we? And I know that Kelly has followed like the Facebook videos and everything, and can speak to this probably better than anybody else in her expertise. But to the panel, do we think that it was like amplified after Cece was born, as far as the patterns that we see in Shanann's parenting?
Well, I want to comment. My sister has twins, for example, and they're so vastly different. I imagine, okay, and obviously Bella and Cece are, not twins, not the same age, but for a program like Baby Wise, and I don't want to get into the politics of that, when you try to impose a one-size-fits-all solution on two children that are so vastly different, I think you're going to have a different outcome. And so where Bella appeared more calm and more reclusive, I think she was more trained sort of to that routine. But you take a child like Cece that's naturally more high energy, naturally more rebellious, naturally more rambunctious from the get-go, and you repress them through this super strict program of Baby Wise. Once you let them out, I think that we're seeing more probably defiant or hyper behaviors than you would otherwise see if you sort of lifted a little bit of the reins of what Baby Wise constrains. And I'm not victim bashing, I'm not mom shaming. I don't agree with Baby Wise. That's my personal opinion. But again, I don't like that one size fits all solution because children are so different. What works for one doesn't always work for the other.
It's important to know about Baby Wise. When I talked about this, it ended up being that long live stream where I know Tabitha Jane was on, and it ended up being a little contentious. It's okay, but I want to do a much more concise video on it because I think it's really important to put out this information. Baby Wise, the Baby Wise methods that Shanann was using, and she was talking about, through on her Facebook posts and through her written Facebook posts when the girls were just like, almost 3 and 4, up into those, deep into the toddler ages. Those methods are, according to the Baby Wise methods, prescribed from babies who are 8 weeks old up to and no further than anywhere from 1 year to 18 months old. So these methods that were intended for these young infants when they have much different needs than a 2, a 3, or almost 4-year-old were being applied and touted in that household when the children were deep into their toddler years, which is completely inappropriate and it's very restrictive and inhibiting to their natural growth and exploration of the world around them as children of that age, because that is their job at that age, to explore the world around them and to learn how it works. When I do A, B happens. When I do X, Y happens. That's what children do. Applying baby wise methodology at the inappropriate age is going to completely skew and restrict that and basically fuck things up.
Baby wise
So-
didn't come into play until Cece was born. She didn't deal with Bella because Bella was the perfect child. She did with Cece because Cece was the wild child, and then she that
Well, to that point, Molson, I mean,
Yeah.
was CC on prednisone, which is a steroid, which actually like amplifies.
Cece was barely 3. I mean, come on.
But you're
Why is she on any medic? I mean, come on, come on.
I mean,
Guys, let's think about it. Why is she medicated at 3?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Right.
I don't want to make this contentious, but
My
what
point-
it
my-
does, in
what
my
I was
opinion,
getting at-
is it represses the natural
No, I
you
get
know,
I get
progression
that,
in
sis,
age
but
and
I'm just saying,
behavior.
Yes, sis,
these are
that's
babies.
correct.
These are babies. They don't need chemicals in them. They are what they are. I mean, we
I mean, but from
Well, I think the medicine's a whole other.
I mean, she's getting told by doctors that Cece's allergic to all these things with the
but
test.
that's never been proven.
And
I mean, never mind. I get what you're saying, DC. I'm sorry.
in her mind, right? And
Right.
so putting them on all these medications and stuff like that. And at the same time, she had the surgery on Cece, I think, for like an esophageal like condition or whatever in infancy, which can really like mess with the parents and give like the child license to misbehave. That's just the point I'm trying to make. And then
possibly, yeah.
prednisone on that, it kind of amplifies that. So yeah, it's going to cause dysfunction in the family, but it's, you know,
And
not
can I-
doc- and we have to trust our doctors to tell us like what's fact and what's not.
right. Can I ask this whole panel just a pointed question?
Sure.
Why would anybody if we know all these facts about this program that she was doing this based on the way that she was raised? I don't think she was probably raised on Baby Wise. Why would
She was not right.
Right? Why would a person put her children on this program way beyond the point of when this? I don't know anything. I will be. I don't know anything about Baby Wise. It sounds like it's only for very, very young children up to a certain point. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just watching the chat here.
I mean, there's very mixed
Nobody
reviews
is
on
giving
it.
advice
Wait,
on
hold it. Wait a minute. Go ahead, DC. What's up with it? What are you watching? Sorry, guys.
We're discussing this case. Please trust your doctors. Please go to a medical professional for
yes.
We are
Yeah.
just commenting on this case with
Yes.
this case specifically. We're not trying to give medical advice. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
No, yeah.
Thank you for saying that. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to hush you. I knew that. I felt like she was going to say something important.
This is just a question. so I mean, why would somebody want to take their kids that probably got out of daycare at 3:00 and put them to bed at 6:00
Right.
based on what she said in her live streams and all that? And she said that was the program that she had these children on. What was the motivating factor for all that? That's just what I'm wondering. I mean,
Here's one thing from my opinion, Baby White. I don't think I'm so torn on it. I don't think it's always bad. I think it varies child to child and person to person. Personally, for me, it's something I would never do, but I'm not that regimented. I'm not regimented enough myself to even hold to what Baby Wise, requires. It's just not me. I'm more of a free range parent. And again, I overcompensate a lot with my daughter because, my hubby's gone a lot. So I spoil her. I work at night. So if she wakes up, I'm going through a sleep regression right now. Like I'll let her stay up. You know what I mean? It's I don't care about stuff like that. So for me, looking at it, it's something I could never ever do. Now, do I think it's always bad? No, it's just not something I agree with. However, there's all these mom groups, there's all these forums. Being a mom in this day and age is so difficult to figure out what's right for you because there's a million different programs under the sun. And for everything that says do ABC, the next thing you read argues against it, saying that ABC is bad and you should instead do XYZ. And so you have to, excuse me, you have to weed through all these different programs, all these different methods, and find what is best for you. When in reality, it's like,
Or you can try.
digging.
What? And
No,
I'm
I
not
was
saying
gonna
you
say,
don't
it's
do
like,
that. Or you can just try to be in tune with your child.
Exactly.
And call upon your maternal instincts. I mean, they did just fine for people for thousands of years before the internet came out, right?
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. That's the way I was raised, but in this day and age, they called me a free range parent. I'm like, okay, like it just sounds
Okay.
so. It's like almost insulting. It's like I don't care, whatever.
Right? Like you don't subscribe to a methodology. What?
Sis, you're obviously a lot younger than me. I feel you are. You certainly appear to be. But can we not let what I think Shanann Watts was a hypochondriac. I think she when my kids. So my first son was born in 1997. My second one was born in 2001. Back in those days, and we're talking 20-some years ago. I didn't think of things. And granted, I have boys, not girls. That's different. When you have boys, I imagine I've never had a daughter, so I imagine we treat things differently. But I didn't think of things like that. I think she disadvantaged these girls. Like she made them think that they were like sick when they weren't, and I could be totally wrong. I don't think she was an awful woman. Absolutely not. I think she loved her children. Absolutely, but I just maybe she loved them too much in a sense. Like you gotta let come on. Do you get what I'm saying? Am I out of the loop here? I mean, am I?
I mean, I agree with you, Molson Man.
Thank you.
I do agree with you on that, and I don't think that that was her invented behavior. I think it's
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I think it was learned. I think that's how she got
from perhaps allegedly from perhaps her mother. I don't think
who it was learned from, but I think it was.
Can I say something unpopular? I think Sandy Rusek is maybe like a little nuttier than most, and I didn't mean that in any disrespect, like whatsoever. Like they suffered a loss, and I will certainly accept. I get with Watts. I just get fucking.
It was a learned behavior, period, in my opinion. Kelly, what do you
see? That's one thing I do.
Well, I mean, let's see. So I just want to hold it. You keep talking. I'm looking for something I want to play for you guys.
Yeah, but I mean, thank you, DP, for agreeing with what I'm saying. Like
one at a time, though.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't disagree. I just wanted to say, in an attempt to have an open conversation, one thing I think is interesting to consider, if people can agree to disagree whether they think Shanann had this or that or whatever. I've had and dealt with an invisible illness, right? Like there's no symptoms, you just don't feel right. And it is very, very challenging. And so if Shanann did or didn't have this or that, whatever was going on with her, I think she was hyper vigilant and hypersensitive to her own health. And I think once she had children, that inadvertently trickled over to them. Do I think she's a hypochondriac? No. Do I think
she
that
certainly is a hypochondriac? There's no denying that.
No, I think to Sis's point, like I think that there may be a psychosomatic component to autoimmune disease.
There you go. You just said it yourself. And there you go. Back to Sis real quick. Come on now. We can't. We all get freaky about our kids. That's our passion. That's our like babies. Come on. There's nothing wrong with what she did, but let's face it. She was a hypochondriac. There's no getting at.
No, but
the baby wise thing is a craziness.
There's going to be like a trigger when you have children. Like it's going to trigger that, especially if that's something.
When I have children, and I get it, I get the trigger, and I had it, but I guess I get it differently. But
there's two things.
Let's listen to Shanann really quickly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna toss it to Kurt really quick. That's okay, you guys that's great. Here.
Realize this, but I have been dealing with sick kiddos.
Everyone trying to start an Amazon business is doing it.
Ads everywhere.
You see, everyone is doing
a week.
Ads are bad.
Both of them have been cranky, irritable, whiny, needy, toddlers. And Cece's been waking up at the crack of 3:30 every day since I think Sunday. So 3:30 in the morning, until I don't go to bed till 11, 11:30, 12 o'clock, which is my time. Because that's my time to like do me, like read, work, whatever I want to, watch TV. Like that's me time. And I just can't go to bed early. I just don't like to. I was always a late owl. Never a morning person, always a late owl. So going to bed at 11:30, 12 o'clock, waking up at 3:30 in the morning with Cece, who is literally, no joke, jumping all over my bed. I pull her in my room just so she goes back to sleep, but no, she wants to play and eat cereal and pour cereal over my bed and you name it, wants monsters. Full energy Cece. And if you're a mom, raise your hand in the feed if you're a mom. If you're a mom who knows what I'm talking about, who always says, I wish I could just bottle up all their energy and put it in a bottle for me. And I was that person, like, not even 2 years ago, exactly. I was that person. And I was struggling. I was like, you're a two-year-old who has all this energy and I need that energy. I want to feel that good, you know? And so I do now. I have more energy than they do. I feel better than they do. Cece, as wired for sound as that child is, no joke, she's my boy. Like hands down, my boy. Fearless Cece. I love her to death. As much as she drives me crazy, I love her energy. I love her personality. She's so fearless. And I think I see, like, I watch her and I watch Bella. I see so much of me and Bella as far as calm. She steps back when she meets new people. She watches them. I did that for a long time. But then once you get to know me, oh, it's all done. I'm Cece.
Okay, so wait, now I just want to jump to another one really quick. Just bear with me, because I'm trying to answer some of the questions we were asking here. Not in my words or even in my opinion, but in the words of Miss Shanann Watts herself. We got to put a couple of these things together, though.
Kelly, I did want to address something I saw in chat. Someone did mention they were leaving because they saw a lot of Shanann bashing. So to you, the panel, the audience, I speak for myself, and I think I speak for everyone else on panel as well as Kelly. There is no part of us that want to bash Shanann, but when we're looking back at what happened leading up to this tragedy, to analyze the behavior and the footprints of the people involved, I don't think it's unfair to look at the behaviors and, you know, things that she did leading up to the murders as well. So that's all we're doing, having an honest conversation through our own lens and our own looking glass of what we see in the days, months, and weeks leading up to this tragedy. It's not intended to bash Shanann, but I feel it's important that we have an open mind to look at everyone honestly and how we got here, right? How we got to the final, you know, the tipping point of this crime. So it's not to bash Shanann, it's just there was a major dynamic at play. And again, to judge everyone else, I don't think it's unfair to analyze her as well. But it's not intended to bash her. So
I agree. And I very, very much appreciate you saying that. Like, very much I do. And exactly everything that, you know, this suspicious just said. And, you know, and I really, truly am sorry if people feel offended, if they aren't comfortable because they feel that it's Shanann bashing. It is not, at least I haven't been able to follow chat because I've been trying to put up some good content for you. I trust that moderators are like doing a good job with what they do. They know what they're doing. But I think we do need to talk about things honestly. And I guess I kind of have to say this, and I appreciate everybody who subscribes to and, you know, is part of and views this channel. I consider you all part of the community. You're all very important. But if you can't handle this part of the conversation, you know, there may be reasons why, and that's okay. But I have just made the decision that and I've said this before, it's always been part of my life to, you know, to defend children, to support children. I mean, that's what my career is. I've, you know, dedicated so much of my life towards it. In this case, when it comes to Bella and Celeste, I'm not going to do what I always do and support and defend children because, it's a little off-putting to somebody. And I can understand why it is, especially if you only come in and hear a certain little part of it. And I really don't want to upset people. And I guess that's all I have to say. I'm gonna throw it over to
Kelly.
Shanann.
Kelly, your passion is you're doing your passion. Your channel is Watts Obsession, and this is why it is. So we can talk about things. We might not agree on things, and it's cool. I mean, it's an open dialogue of things, and you do a great job of doing your thing. And everyone here that comes here, except for the ones that like it, just come on. It is. We're all adults. We all can discuss things. We might not agree, but we're all friends at the end. That's what's important. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I just saw Jody is cool. She said, Midge is lovely. She politely said she has to go. I'm sorry, Midge. So if it was Midge that said she had to go, I will email her. I have her email. I talk to Midge sometimes. I adore Midge. She's wonderful. She's actually, I feel very not indebted to her isn't the right word, but I really admire her. She actually, somebody who's here now had made me aware that, one of the channels who's in opposition to me was saying some terrible things to me about me on the Facebook group that were quickly erased. And Mitch jumped like right up and defended me, and rightfully so. And I'm very appreciative of that. So I will email Midge and make sure everything's good. And we definitely don't mean to.
No one here intends to offend anybody. We just speak our minds, and if agree or disagree, it is what it is. I mean,
and it's based on what we hear. I mean, like what our interpretations of what we hear.
Let's be real. I mean, Shanann has an immense amount of content, so there's
her life was online. I mean, we there's a lot to pick through. I mean, of course, a lot to unpack.
Well, just one second, guys. So
yeah, sure.
Georgia Welcome says too much infighting, and I only just got here. Take care. It's not. I mean, if you only just got here, perhaps you give a conversation a chance.
No one fights.
But it's not infighting. I mean, I think that we have real conversations.
It's passion. It's passion.
As human beings, desire to do and need to do, and that's what human beings do, and like that's all that's going on. So let me just play this little bit of Shanann talking here really quickly, and then we can get back to conversing. Okay.
No one is,
and certainly nobody is advocating murder. My gosh,
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I mean, beyond that, there was murder.
No, I think we all agree that the end result of this was shit.
Horrific, and that Chris Watts is exactly where he ought to be.
Exactly. And just real quick before Kelly plays this, and then I'll shut up. But I think it's important to remember we're all looking at this situation and analyzing it through our own lens, which is going to be different for everybody. Everyone in chat, everyone on panel. Everyone has different experiences in their life. Everyone, is in a different place, has a different level of education. So we can only, surmise the turn of events based on what we know, our own experiences, and how we see the world. That is not going to be the same for everybody. And
open to interpretation.
And having these it's open to interpretation. And
exactly.
I think it's fair for us to have a difference of opinion, but that doesn't equate to victim bashing. And I just want to say I don't think it's unfair to look at the behavior and actions of everyone involved in this story leading up to the tragedy. It's not to bash Shanann. That's the last thing we want to do. But you can't count her out of this because she was ultimately, the primary target, in a sense, or the primary victim in this case.
Absolutely.
So
and a victim is exactly what she is. Yes, exactly. So thank you.
Anyway.
And I just want to say, all the moderators, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. You're amazing. Okay, let's hand it over to Shanann real quick.
That day I was dancing with her. Like,
oh wait, hold on. I want you to hear. Let's go back a little.
The other day we're just fun. We were playing. My daughter was kids, so it was nice to have the house spotless for that morning. And then my kids woke up. We were having fun. We were playing. My daughter was 2, and my youngest was 6 months old. And my 2-year-old and I, that particular day, were just having a blast. She has always loved music. Always loved music. She loves to sing. She loves to dance. And that day I was dancing with her. Like, I don't know how long it was, but it was a long time. And she was laughing. And this sounds horrible as a mom, coming from a mom, because you don't want to ever hear yourself say something like this. But that particular day, she was laughing a laugh that literally sent chills through my body. I just got chills while saying that. And it was just a great feeling to hear my daughter, to hear that laugh that I've always dreamt of. And it's not that she didn't laugh like that before, but I enjoyed it. Like, I heard it. I didn't put on a blur, if that makes sense. Like, everything was tunneled out. And I remember she came up to me with her blankie and she said, "Mommy, I'm tired." And I looked at the clock and it was an hour and a half past her bedtime. My kids are baby wise kids. They go to bed clockwork. It's on schedule every day so I can get rest. I have to have rest. So it was really weird for her to be off schedule and we're not being out of the house. So I put her down and I called my friend, and I couldn't thank her enough for introducing me to a product that not only was I 14 days coffee and energy drink free, because I drank it because I needed it, or I felt like I needed it because I had no energy. I was 14 days coffee and energy drink free. I was sleeping better. I had mental clarity that I didn't feel like my 3-year-old talking. I literally I knew what was coming out of my mouth. I didn't have to I didn't hesitate and say, that was me all the time. I lost my train of thought so quickly before. And it was only day 14. Fast forward, I've been doing this now for 21 months. It is my regimen. It is my everyday multivitamin. Like, it's my multivitamin. It's over 100 vitamins and minerals, your pro and prebiotics, your antioxidants, your digestive enzymes, everything your body needs, I'm putting into my body every single day. And I feel it kick in. I love knowing I feel it kick in. I think it's 9:00 a.m. here in Colorado, and I've already been up since 5 by choice. I like waking up early now, and I like to have my alone time. I love to be able to just be me and have my time before my children wake up and get going. So that's a little bit about me. That's my story so far. There's more to it, and I'll be sharing some things throughout the day with you guys.
Okay, so a couple things there. Now, number one, that was, kind of answering your question, Kurt. There's a lot of videos where Shanann talks about this, the why with baby wise, and the answer is, I need my sleep. I need my me time. I need this. I need that. I'm sorry, but that is the answer. Now, something a little different, going back to what she was talking about in the beginning, when she, in
that first hour that day than I normally accomplish in a week. It was just amazing, all the things that I started, and all before my kids woke up, which was amazing because, when you clean with kids, it doesn't get clean because you pick up something and they mess it up again. You vacuum and they spill cereal. It's a never ending battle with kids.
Okay, so that's point number one. Keep listening.
So it was nice to have the house spotless for that morning. And then my kids woke up. We were having fun. We were playing. My daughter was 2 and my youngest was 6 months old. And my 2-year-old and I, that particular day, were just having a blast. She has always loved music. Always loved music. She loves to sing. She loves to dance. And that day I was dancing with her. Like, I don't know how long it was, but it was a long time. And she was laughing. And this sounds horrible as a mom, coming from a mom, because you don't want to ever hear yourself say something like this. But that particular day, she was laughing a laugh that literally sent chills through my body.
Okay, then that's point number 2. So here, just in this little excerpt, I think this is an instance of where we see Shanann, first of all, to me, like the way that she's revealing this, from like a more clinical perspective, indicates to me that Shanann has some issues that she hasn't come to terms with, like many of us do. A lot of people do. And I think she's kind of laying them out here. First of all, when she's talking about the cleaning, I think that Shanann had a true compulsion towards certain things. I think she had OCD in the strictest sense of the word, where OCD, when you're diagnosed with OCD and it's defined, like as being like a psychological condition, part of the diagnosis is that it in some way inhibits the normal kind of functioning of your life. Like it's not a good thing. It screws things up for you, right? And I think that go ahead.
I think it's a disorder when it interferes with daily functioning, right?
Exactly. Thank you for saying it like that. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. And then, the second part of it is when she says, you hate to hear yourself saying this as a mom, but she's talking about an incident that happened with Bella, or an instance when she was 2 years old, when she's, basically saying for the first time, I was really present with her. I really heard her laughing, and it sent chills up my spine. And you can tell by the way that she's talking right here, she feels it in her heart. She feels it in her soul. And I believe that she's feeling that love for her children. But it's curious, and it's a little bit problematic that she's talking about this moment with her daughter when her daughter was 2 years old. And I think on some level, Shanann was realizing these things as she was saying them, but she hadn't come to terms with them. Going back to something I often will say is that this was a family in crisis. And I keep saying it because I want people to realize all of these indicators that we can see here of the family and the person being in crisis. And Shanann needed support. Shanann needed help. Shanann needed some therapy. She needed to work through some things. And it is an absolute fucking tragedy that she didn't get an opportunity to do that during life.
I agree, Kelly. I think she was being ultra transparent and bare there.
Yes.
I found her totally relatable in that video. What mom cannot relate to that when you have a small child or two small children? I mean, I felt that when she was talking about it, and she was being authentic, and I do hear her. I do hear her not getting the support that she needed, and I feel really sad for her.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Yeah, and Sweet Crazy says she's all over the place. And yeah, she is a little all over the place. And I think that's part of her, just really, kind of like bearing her soul or whatever she's doing here. But I think, she was coming to terms with something. She was putting it out there. I think it was probably hard for her to do that. And it's such a sadness for me that she was not able to get what she needed in life,
Yeah, and it's sad that she had to take all these vitamins or Thrive or whatever to get those moments of clarity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's sad.
Can we all agree that she was a hustler? She was a hustler.
Yeah.
I mean, she tried everything that could possibly work. I'm not knocking her. Please understand, I'm not knocking her, but she was a hustler.
And she never stopped trying.
Exactly. And she made some
Yeah.
mistakes. Obviously, we all do. I mean, I'm not knocking her. I'm just like, I feel like she was never honestly genuine, right? Can anyone?
I think right. Yeah. I think she was often in the role of the sales persona.
There you go. Thank you, Kelly. That's how I feel. Like she wasn't really like I would. I mean, obviously, I never knew her, and I wish I had. Of course. But like I feel like she was never like the people who we see is not who she was. I don't know.
No, I think that she was being genuine there.
Do you? Okay.
Something about herself that was.
I do in that.
I think in that instance she was. I think oftentimes she
I
was.
do particular video, but there's a whole blanket of other things.
Well, that's right. That's right. So now Lee RD says, Kelly, she is saying this because it's because of Thrive. That's where the problem is to me. And now I do understand that, Lee RD, and I definitely, have echoed that sentiment in a lot of, the material I put out and the material specifically about, Thrive and the impact of MLMs on women and family. I mean, I think it is a real problem in our society. It's like a segment of a problem. But in another way, Lee RD and everybody, I think, okay, Lee RD says, Kelly, she's saying this because of Thrive. That's where it's a problem to me. Another part of me says, well, if it's Thrive and if it's this kind of like not great thing like the MLM that caused her to come to some real realizations about herself and her life and her family, who cares what the catalyst was? She needed to get there somehow. You know what I mean? But I see what you're saying, So, and hi, Lee RD. How are you, honey?
Yeah, and whatever it was, like maybe it's like a really great cup of coffee or whatever that gives a moment of clarity where you can dance with your child and like really be present with her. I mean, that's an impactful moment. If you're somebody like watching her on YouTube or Facebook or whatever, I mean, it's going to make you want to buy the product. I mean, the best salesmen often draw from their own experiences to relate to the customer. So, I mean, that's
that's right. Yeah.
But I do believe that she was being authentic there. And I believe that, to what you were saying, Kelly, I believe that she was crying out and saying, like, I need help here. Like, I'm over. Like, that's the message I kind of got.
But she didn't ask for help directly. So how can you say that?
I'm
Say that again. Wait, Melissa Man, say it again.
No, I'm saying she didn't ask for direct help. I mean, if you want help, you ask for help. I mean,
no, some people are not able to do that. Let's be real.
And I agree, Kelly. I agree. But if you need help, at the end of the day, you will ask for help. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. Excuse my language. I don't care. You will ask for said help. No,
that's not
innuendos don't work in this regard. That's all I'm saying.
Some days you're just doing your best, and I think it's important to keep in mind.
But some days don't equal every day, all day.
Wait a minute, hold it. I think this might be a man-woman thing. Kurt, weigh in on this.
Yes, please. No, and I'm not trying. Wait. Ladies, I'm not knocking that way.
Let Kurt say, because I really think that this might be. I'm not kidding. I seriously think this might be.
I don't want to be the
it's okay.
Horrible man guy. That's not my.
Let Kurt be the horrible man guy. Go ahead, Kurt.
What I'm going to say probably will not go over very well.
No, it's fine.
But it's just my own personal opinion about this, and we all have our own personal opinions about this.
And I gave mine.
And all opinions are welcome.
And just based on what all of us have already known studying this case, these kids went. She was working from home, trying to push this thrive. These kids were not around her during most of the week until they were at school early in the morning, and they didn't get home until like 3:30 in the morning, and they went to bed at 6. The time that she spent with them was like 2 or 3 hours a day. And then this video makes it look like she's so stressed out having to deal with these kids. Mm-hmm. Those are your children. You should be
and a lot of people are stressed out, Kurt. I mean, a lot of women are.
No, but I'm saying she spent like 2.
But DC, you're missing what he just said. He just said the same thing.
Wait, and then, let her have the floor.
And then she apparently gave them. I don't know, Kelly. You can tell me if this is true or not. Did she give them like medicine to make them go to sleep? Or
yeah, yes. She mentions the medicine, several times herself, and by a couple accounts of people around her. Yes, it seems like that was the case. I believe that was the case.
So we have to ask why, and this was part of Baby Wise. This was the routine that she followed with Baby Wise. So I understand in that instant, in that moment, in that video that she was portraying there, she really felt that. And I picked that up.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're a parent and you decide to have children, you are responsible, and then you devote your whole entire time to them, and you do what you need to do for them. And drugging them to go to sleep early because this is the program that I'm on. Why do you even have to follow a program? It's probably because of the way that she was raised. She didn't know how to be a parent that didn't have some kind of a textbook guideline to follow. That this is what I have to do with my children. I mean, it's just, and children are different. They all have different personalities. But if you take on that responsibility, then that's what you've got, and you deal with it.
Well, some people aren't able to decide for themselves and have that more free range approach. They need a rubric. They need something to follow to give an answer for what you do in this situation.
I agree.
But hold on a second though. Being a mother, I don't recall when the babies were first enrolled in the daycare, but it wasn't like their whole lives. She just was never with them. But you have to understand, being a mother is completely depleting. And it is the most.
But sis, we're not mothers, so we wouldn't hit that. That's
I get
understand that real quick.
That's why I'm saying it is.
Gotcha.
It is the most thankless job that you will ever have. And so,
but fathers play a role too. I mean, understand that as well. I mean, if you will.
Well, and bring home half the income and take care.
Never mind the income.
Wait a minute, hold it. But some of us are are the mother and the father, like myself.
I'm not taking that away. I'm fortunate to be with where I have a wife. I've been married for 24 years. I'm glad to have both. My mother, I was raised by one mother. I didn't have a father, so I understand both sides of it. I didn't do that for my kids, so you guys, I've done it both ways. I understand that. I learned from it, I guess. So I get it. I'm passionate about it in that regard, and I'm not trying to be an asshole about it. I'm just like, understand that I'm not negating anything you all say. I understand it.
Well, let's just take into account that these
Look at
girls,
us. We're all getting passionate. I love it.
they're
Sorry, guys. I love you all. You know that. You know that.
Ara says, "Uh-oh, Kelly raised her voice. Y'all better be careful."
Yeah, I know. As soon as you raise your eyebrows, but no, I just want you guys to understand. I do appreciate everything, and I understand it, and I
love
I have my own thoughts on parenting and stuff like that, because I've been a single parent like Kelly, and I've been a mom with a dad in the house and everything. So I think I can speak from both angles. But when the girls were so close in age, and to have another child on the way, and if you add that onto the fact that she definitely had some kind of, and I don't want to like diagnose her because I'm not qualified, but an anxiety issue, like, I think that was overwhelming for her, and I can
But
feel.
she wasn't diagnosed. That's it.
Well, I can diagnose her from my.
No, of course you can, and we all can, and she should have gone and sought help, but she didn't. She thought she was in control. Went there for.
DC, I wanted to hear what the rest of your thought was.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
to-
I overtalked the ladies. I apologize.
No, Molson, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just fucking around. But go ahead.
My like
It's okay. I didn't finish, but everybody interrupted me. So go ahead.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Kurt. I probably started.
Everyone stop apologizing and talk.
No, it's just like the girls were so close in age, and to have another child on the way, and to be like predisposed to kind of anxiety issue. I'm not diagnosing anyone specifically, but we definitely can feel that from her. I'm just talking about what I feel from her. And to have another baby on the way, and to have your husband cheating, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot, especially when your husband's out of the house for, 10 hours a day or whatever. And
She didn't know he was cheating on her, though.
Well,
In all fairness, she didn't know. She said he had no game. She didn't know. So let's be clear about that.
All right, wait, hold it. I'm gonna speak. She did say he had no game at some point, but that was one conversation. I think we can see evidence as time went on, even some of the timeline issues that I was bringing up earlier. There is no way that she did not, in her gut, even though I don't think she was the most.
She didn't get into
all
Arizona
the time.
that weekend. She did not figure it out till that weekend.
Well, I don't think she put all the pieces together and consciously was
That was my
able to
point.
reflect it to other people until then. But it doesn't mean that in her heart of hearts and in her soul, she didn't have some knowing, because I think there's a lot of indicators that she did. Now, let me read this comment from Sarah Lotti. She says, emotional distress can make you physically ill. And she also had a gallstone, a real problem, provable. And pregnancy is no joke. Each one is different. And the older you are, the harder it is, in my opinion. I just want to read that. And thank you for that comment. So that's all.
Well, back on the tip of parenting, I think.
No, I've had gallstones and my gallbladder removed, and it is the most excruciating pain. I promise you, it is the worst. It's worse than childbirth. But go ahead.
And kind of like the kidney stones that I get from the lupus that I really do have. And yes, I think that they're probably a very similar feeling. Yes.
Terrible pain, right?
Yeah, I deal with autoimmune issues too, and it is not. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but
no,
back
terrible.
on the parenting aspect, and here's one thing, like I said earlier, we're all looking at this through our own lens, right? So because my hubby is active duty, we share a child, I find myself making a lot of decisions on my own because I have to deal with things at home a lot in his absence. So I make decisions for what is best for me and what works best for me, and he sort of goes along with it. Now, if I was doing something fucking crazy, like, I'm sure he'd tell me and we'd have a conversation about it. However, for Shanann, she's with a partner that is just a yes man. He doesn't have an argument. He doesn't have an opinion of his own. But we can look at this and say, if there were issues and there were problems that were happening, here's another adult in the home that's not speaking up and putting their foot down. Shanann might have been a person that needed a regimen, needed someone to tell her what to do so she could follow step 1, step 2, step 3. And that's not a flaw. That's just her personality and who she was. But here's Chris, the other parent responsible for these kids, also not speaking up and just going along with whatever she said.
Right.
Now, in hindsight, he might have his opinions of what could have been different or what he didn't agree with, but you weren't saying that at the time. So when you don't speak up and you let the other parent just rule the roost, you know, for 4 years, all this time went by of things you don't agree with and whatever. You were the one there. You were the only other person that could have had an equal say, and you let that opportunity pass you by because you were more in the shadows. And I don't agree with that. So if she was doing things wrong, inconsistent with what he thought she should have been doing or what she really should have been doing in the opinion of others, no one was saying anything. The closest people to her weren't saying anything. And whether that was because you couldn't tell her anything, she was a strong personality, whatever, I don't know. But I feel that there was a missed opportunity from many people in her life, especially the ones closest to her. And I put the bulk of that blame on Chris.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. And also take into account his mental state. I mean, obviously there was something off or this wouldn't have happened. But you're right. She probably needed a man that would be more
assertive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Because he was a doormat for her. And her personality probably needed a man that would check her on certain things. And I mean, there's so many videos out there. I mean, look at the checkers when they were playing that checkers game. I mean, just everything where she emasculated him at any chance that she could get. And he didn't say anything about it. I mean, I mean, if it was me, that woman, I better shut up.
No, I mean, he didn't challenge her. Even before any of this happened, he just like let it roll off his back, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he buried it and it just became like a simmering rage.
And it started building up and building up and
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think he really loved her, though. I mean, before NK, I really do think that he loved Shanann. I think he was enamored with her.
Yeah, because
I think he was in awe of her. And so to tell her no, I truly believe that he wanted her to be happy. And I think in his mind, making her happy was not arguing and not being argumentative and letting her have her way. So I don't think it was just an aggression, this like suppressed anger. I think he thought as at being a good husband and making his wife happy was not arguing with her and giving her what she wanted.
Now, a couple people in chat said they'd like to hear what Molson Man have to say. So let's give him the floor for a moment.
Right.
Molson Man.
No, you guys don't want me to have the floor because you guys are all pissed off. The things I'm saying.
I want you to have the floor.
Not you guys, not you guys. I didn't mean it like that. I think the things I'm saying is not being like. I guess I'm not saying it the way I want to say it. Well, no, I'm saying it exactly the way I want to say it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Fuck. I'm questioning myself. Like I just like. I guess no. I'm already. Fuck, guys.
Not me.
It's okay. Just say it. Don't worry
No,
about it.
everything I've said, I mean, like I feel like I was beat up for like fucking the fact that like she wasn't right and he was right and like whatever. Like it is what it is. I mean, come on, guys. We already know. We already determined this earlier when we talked about earlier. When we first started this thing, we talked about the North Carolina trip. She went there. That was a separation. That's a mock separation. They tried it. It's like everything I'm saying. Like it's been true about this case.
Well, it may have been a mock separation, but it may have.
There you go, DC. Go ahead please go.
It may have been just because she was pregnant and she was overwhelmed and she needed help than she was getting at home. And she wanted to save some money on childcare.
But she was the one who brought who initiated that mock separation. I'm like,
I mean, she was the one that knew the finances and knew that they needed a break from the.
She ruined the finances.
No, I don't know. I think that I don't know about that. I don't think there was any bit of her that was being financially responsible. I'll just say that.
I think that
my opinion.
She totally ruined the finances.
Who was lifting their ass every day to go to work? I mean, it was like, right?
I'm not victim bashing. Please understand that. Shanann Watts and her children should be here right now. Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely, they should.
I get beat up on YouTube all the time, like, Molson Man is an anti Shanann. No, I'm not necessarily, but I will call it for what it is. I do think she has issues, like she
And to Sis's point, I think Chris had issues too.
Absolutely.
And to Kurt's point, I don't think he was assertive and spoke his mind at the right time, causing this pressure cooker. I mean, this was him. This was his act. Ultimately, at the end of the day, he did this. He allowed this, if that's what you want to believe. And I believe that others were involved. I'm not going to accuse anybody because I don't have proof, and I don't want to get sued, and I don't want to get Kelly booted off of YouTube. But I do believe that he had help.
Thank you.
And I don't believe that it was all his idea, because I don't think he's capable of formulating his own opinion, because I think he's an idiot.
Well, not to be uncouth here, but DC, I completely agree with you. But one thing I think that's highly important for us to keep in mind, prior to all of this, her going, him seeing someone else, Shanann didn't, I don't want to be uncouth by saying this, she didn't get on top of herself and get pregnant. He was in this relationship. Whether it was, I've seen people say, oh, this was a last ditch, whatever. She didn't get pregnant on her own. So up until
of course
the point
not.
that it wasn't,
Yes, of course not. Come on. Come on. Don't beat around the bush. We get what you're saying. I mean, I'm not knocking you, but come on. Obviously, he impregnated her. Obviously. Come on. I mean, don't dumb it down.
I don't think that's the real point. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I've seen people say that this was a last ditch to save the relationship. Well, there had to be two people there. So I don't think it's fair to say that, because it wasn't just Shanann. I think it happened. I think they had been talking about it. And, if we can even believe this, but in Chris's own words, he said that he didn't realize that there was that many issues in the relationship until he met NK. So all of his yes man behavior, all of these things,
yes,
that's not 100%.
No, I agree with that. Because it didn't occur to him that there were all these problems, and he was just willing to just let her run amok, like, unchecked.
I think he could have been complacent and slightly unhappy, but not outwardly vocal about it, or not at a place where he's going to act on that and do something about it until he met NK.
There were so many different variables in this, and I've said this before. Think about all the bankruptcy issues, the money, everything that was going on, that it was like a
I
pot.
think that NK shone a light on all of that, especially the money issues. She highlighted that in all of her interviews. Like, I'm thrift store and like wholesale and like all this stuff, and I'd like a ranch style house, and money's not important to me, and everything they had was fancy, and blah 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 blah. I think that was a major contributing factor for him to wake up and realize, like, wow, we are way underwater. What's my wife doing? Maybe he had no clue. And I can relate to that, honestly, because I handle the finances. I do all the admin in my household, and my husband really doesn't have a clue. But like, honestly, I don't think he had a clue until, NK, who was very practical and pragmatic, was like, listen. And to her credit, it's not an invalid point. Like, you're making less money than you're putting out. It's black and white.
Yes, you're right. And talking
go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Talking about, I was just going to add on to what you were saying. Talking about the money, that Lexus says she had. there was a certain amount of money. They made it sound with that multi-level marketing scheme that she was involved in, that you get this car and look at all this, but you had to have so much product every month that kind of like paid off that car.
Mm-hmm.
And she had to bring in all this and pay for it, whether or not she
That's
sold
why she was buying a ton of her own product, and that's where a lot of their money was going. I am 100% sure of it.
She was
Yeah.
putting it in the basement and cutting it up for samples.
And that's even more pressure put on somebody. He's working out in the oil fields every day, and he was probably making pretty good money, I think. But still, it was they were with all the being live every day and all these promotions and all this kind of stuff. I understand where she was coming from with that, because she wanted to promote the product that she was having to buy to
And she
sustain.
wanted to promote her sense of well-being.
Well, and also the product, right?
Overwhelmed person, probably with some level of anxiety, with 2 small children and one on the way, just trying to like hope for the best and like buy into this American dream, which was just a bunch of nonsense.
And the huge house that they were living in, and that that is so much pressure on.
It was a lot of pressure.
A husband that's trying to.
This train was bought years ago, though. I mean, it was bought prior. It wasn't just bought that day. Like,
go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
No, go ahead. You were adding on.
No, you guys were talking about like the fact that you guys were. I imagine I was texting, so I might have missed something. Were you talking about him being in financial ruins?
Yeah, the financial aspect.
Well, they bought that house years ago. I mean, like this was nothing new.
And
you know what I mean? Like this.
Also, they'd already gone through one bankruptcy and had to.
Right. That's my point. There's like a vicious cycle, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What is bankruptcy? And we're gonna get down to it on this. The bankruptcy is like a buyout, a forgiveness, a sweep it under the rug. It's like just forgive
It's a really
and
bad
not learn from it.
Right.
It does ruin your credit, right? I mean, it's you're like.
Yeah, absolutely, it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Let me bring. Allegedly is waiting backstage. Let me just bring allegedly up really quick, because we need someone else who likes to talk.
I'll jump down because I'm pissing people off. So like I'm not.
Man.
No, I'm not being dramatic. I'll give room for other people.
Oh, well, I love you, Molson man. Thank you for being up here.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate you so much, honey.
You're the only other guy.
The only subscriber on the channel that has his own theme song, Molson man. Yeah.
No, please don't go, Molson.
Well, let me.
I'll stay. I mean, I'll stay. I mean,
please do.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I stay or am I pissing people?
Yes, I would like you to stay.
All right.
And everybody, welcome allegedly to this.
Allegedly, he's cool. He's a cool cat.
Hey guys,
Yes, he is.
This is a tough topic. I know
I kept trying to pin that comment. Yeah, he's like, you guys are doing good. This is a tough topic for a panel. Yeah.
Seriously, it really is. And this is coming from a person that's not married, no kids. But every time I meet a girl, she seems to have at least one kid. So the last one was one of the biggest psychopaths. She was always hinting if only her ex would die, she would be better off. Telling everybody she had lupus.
I remember the story.
Yeah, she had lupus. She had all these diseases she's never been given, never been diagnosed with. Always tried to say that her son was OCD, ADHD, trying to get all this stuff so she could stay home. I would pay for everything. And she had, the Virgin Mary's Immaculate Conception while I was working. So when you check somebody, they don't like it. They go looking for somebody else. So if you don't check them, they always make an excuse. You don't care. So it's either one way or another, which is why this topic is so hard for this case. You have a woman who is like, hey, I want to be an equal partner in here. And I guess when you look at her budget or what she made a year, she was clearing 60 to 61. He was clearing 62. it's really hard because she wants to be a successful woman and a successful mother. He wants to be a great husband and a great father. I think they both successfully did that. I feel maybe some stuff that she did had something to do with it, but trust me, I've dated a lot of women. I haven't killed anybody yet. So
Right.
honestly, your mindset shouldn't be, oh my God, I met a new girl, so I have to kill my wife.
Allegedly.
And my kids.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm scared.
So,
Allegedly. No, don't do it.
if you literally met some of the girls that I have dated, you would be like, how did you not kill
Yet. Yeah, I haven't
And-
killed one yet. I just got
especially
that. Thanks,
there's a
Ara.
rich girl from Orange County.
Bye, Jennifer. Great. I'm glad you were here. Thank you for everything, sweetheart. Sorry, go
She
ahead.
had tremendous amounts of meds. When I first met her, that was the first red flag that I overlooked. It was I actually still own the table.
Tremendous amount of meds.
I'm not joking. Her entire kitchen table, which was this round table that opens up to a longer table, but it's for a single person, so it's smaller when it's rounded. You know, you take out the middle.
Okay.
It was stacked with pill bottles. She had for meds to balance out meds and other meds.
Oh, that's not good.
And I just said, you know what? She's so sweet. I'm going to give her a chance. Then I met her family at a family gathering, and her family said, how are you sane? Are you okay?
Wait, and Glamis Girl says, and yet you continued to date this girl?
Well, I would like to give people a chance. I'll be honest with you. I had a guy
worth
friend.
a deep dive looking inward to
I
see
had a
why
guy
you're attracting these types of people
I had a
over and
guy-
over and over.
I had a guy friend who everybody was picking on. And I said, you know what? He needs a friend because I feel bad. I see guys like this all the time being picked on by everybody around them. We became friends. It took roughly 3 years until I finally said to him, dude, look, I can't hang out with you anymore. I'm sorry. And he was like, really? And I live on the second floor to the building that I live in.
can't
My
date
landlord
anymore.
owns the first floor. Ringing the doorbell of my landlord at 12:30 at night. Hey, I need access upstairs, because he knew I was home. I just didn't want to talk to him. So I blocked him on
Oh
all
my
channels.
God, dude.
So people,
Honey, let's let everybody please give a super chat because we're going to buy allegedly a therapist.
no, it's
kidding.
everybody has these perks and
Just
cons,
kidding.
but it
Yeah.
doesn't lead to death. You don't murder people because somebody is making you angry and it's building up.
There you
The
go.
murder is a personal decision. So, and in this case, honestly, he could have just literally, everybody discusses this every time. You can walk out. So what? People are going to look at you weird. They're going to say you're a bad person. You have to pay whatever, child support, whatever the case may be. But it shouldn't push you to the point where you're like, hey, I have to do this for my own sanity, and do what he did. So maybe it did build up. I saw somebody say it kept building up, and then he blew up.
Yeah.
That could be it. But he could have done other things too. He had parents. Like, I don't have people to
Well,
turn
we're
to.
looking at this rationally, right? And I don't think it was just ending the relationship. I think by the time that this plan began hatching, he wanted to be rid of Shanann and all that was encompassed in her parenting. He didn't want to share anything. And if we look at this from his words, whatever we can take from that, which I think he's a liar. I don't put much weight in anything that he says. However,
Amen.
between him and Kay, in the conversations that he had with her, I don't buy it. I know in my heart of hearts, she knew Shanann was pregnant. I know they talked about it. And him looking for a place, he mentioned the girls. She mentioned the girls. Him needing at least a 2-bedroom. There is never a point that he mentions a spot for baby Nico in his life post-divorce with Shan. And
No,
that
he even
tells
admits
me
he tried to abort the baby.
Yeah, he
admits
did, and it didn't work. But regardless, he knew that Shanann wasn't going to be a factor, and neither was Nico. And the only way that baby Nico wasn't going to be a factor is if he got rid of Shanann. I don't think there was ever a shred of him that just wanted to be done with the relationship to the extent that he could have accepted just divorcing her. He wanted her erased from his life.
I've said this in other lives, and people rip me apart about it. This isn't a thought that a man wanted to just do this for no reason, or to just instead of divorce, this was
He
logical.
wanted her eliminated. I agree.
Right.
100%. He wanted her erased. He didn't want to have to deal with her in custody battles and like, you know, her gaining support from the friends and the family, etc. He wanted her just gone.
I mean, we saw him before the end. Remember, he did that little PowerPoint. He wasn't the best looking guy. He really wasn't. So for him to become a best looking guy and to say, "This is what life is like if I never got married."
Oh, he felt brand new. I mean, there's
Right.
no
It's a
denying
totally
that,
different lifestyle. But you can't do that if you have kids and you have a divorce and maybe you have to pay alimony because now she can't support the household. You have to pay child support. You have to
could support the household.
Wait just a minute. I got to break in here really quick. So, let's see. John D'Angelo, let these souls rest in peace already. We are doing nothing to not allow these souls to rest in peace. In fact, they are resting in peace just fine. They are together with their heavenly Father doing just fine. There's nothing that we are going to do here on earth that is going to disrupt their peace because it's just not possible anymore. I'm just so sick of hearing things like that. So thank you for stopping by. We're all good. Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
Well, I
we're
wanted
finally
to
getting
address
down
one
to
thing
it,
that I
think,
saw in
here.
chat, and
John
someone
D'Angelo.
said, "So, what does Nutgate mean?" And for me, I think Nutgate means two things. I think for Shanann, Nutgate was a ploy to get Chris back on her side, back under her umbrella, and back in her good graces, to be the yes man of which she'd become accustomed. And I don't mean that in a shady way, but that's the reality. That's what I think
And
the
under
purpose
her
was.
control.
Huge overreaction, yes. For Chris, on the other hand, I think Nutgate was the catalyst for him to take his power back because he didn't do what Shanann wanted to do. He didn't go to her defense. Maybe he said a few things in text, but when he went to North Carolina, guess what? He was with his family. And that was unprecedented for Chris. Look at the wedding. Look at the girls being born. Look at everything else
But at
leading
that
up to
time,
that. He
he
would
had
have.
been seeing NK, and he
point.
definitely confided in at least his dad that there was an affair. I mean, the dad knew. The dad.
Wait, I want to read a comment here really quick. And to your point too, DC. Glamorous Girl says NK was putting big pressure on him to get out of the house, and she was putting in serious time trying to find him an apartment, but he had $0 bills, y'all. So he was a cornered animal. That is exactly right. And I think that to DC's point earlier too, NK was the one that was bringing to his attention all these financial things that were going on. I think, like you're saying, Glamorous Girl, she was putting a lot of financial pressure on him. She was bringing all the financial issues to light, and these financial issues were really just too heavy for him to handle. And I think that he either did not realize that they were going on, or he chose to sweep them under the rug. I think all of this talk about him getting an apartment, he realized, or at some point, or he knew all along, was not even possible, because at the end of the day, with everything going on, he didn't have a dollar to his name. I mean, the night of the murders, when that, the investigators bring up that, well, we thought Shanann was up at this certain time because she tried to make a purchase of that Monet hair products. Well, that is yet another MLM. Shanann was hooked into like so many of them, and she was buying products.
Yeah, it
all
was
of
an
them.
automatic
And
purchase.
that $42 automatic purchase didn't go through because they didn't have $42. I just wanted to bring up that point. That's all.
I agree. Like the finances were totally shot, and with his credit rating after the bankruptcy, he probably couldn't even get a 2-bedroom apartment.
One of the things that I always wondered about was, if they were in such dire straits for money, how was he withdrawing money without her noticing to get all of those gift cards to go spend on his secret girlfriend? You would think she'd be like, "Hey, Chris, why did you pull out $100? I had to get a gift card for somebody at work."
I think he was
Wait,
getting
are
those
you
as
dating this guy
bonuses
at
from
work?
Anadarko. I don't think he was buying that with their.
Yeah, no, those were gift cards from his work.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he was
Yeah.
getting those as a bonus.
I was always confused about that because some reports said that it was gift cards from his work that he was using, but I worked for a company that strictly gave out gift cards for bonuses and stuff. And my girlfriend at the time was always like, "Hey, did you get your bonus? Let's go spend it." And I'm like, "Yeah, let's go. We'll go to dinner or something." So it's like she controlled his life. How does she not know what exchanges were made and where everything was going?
She did.
Right.
she checked it out and confronted him about it.
Did Molson Man leave? I feel so bad.
He
I'm
left.
so sorry.
He's gonna be okay. Most
I
man
feel
knows we
really
got love
bad.
for him. I want to read this.
love him so
This
much.
we love. Yes, we love you, most men. Crime Crocheter, my hyper focus says it was part, and this is in regards to Nutgate, I believe. It was part of her trying to isolate him from his family, coercive control. I totally do agree with it, and I do think at the end of the day, I think this. I'm just going to give you my opinion, like on this whole thing, which I have really stayed away from doing for so long. But this is how it is. This is how I see it. Nutgate was nothing there. It had nothing to do about nuts. As I, showed you the video earlier that I made that I just put on my channel today. I do not believe that Cece had tree nut allergies. Now, listen, I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. I could be wrong about this, but I really don't think so. And if she did have tree nut allergies, then her allergies should have been triggered when she was eating all of those different flavors and varieties of those Thrive Pro bars, okay?
Yes.
So knowing that Nutgate had nothing to do about nuts because the tree nut allergy didn't really exist, Nutgate had to be about something other than nuts. So what was it about? It was about power, control, and creating a situation that was better than the one she was already in and turning people's attention away from what she did not want them to focus on. She was in really hot water in this point. They were looking at facing their second bankruptcy. As I just mentioned, they didn't have a penny to their name. On the night of the murders, a $42 automatic charge would not go through. So instead of saying, look at this bad thing you have done, because that's what people were going to be doing, because there were a lot of lies out there that were fooling family members and friends up until this point. And I'm sure that there was a feeling that the house of cards was about to fall in. It was like, turn everyone's attention away from the bad things I've done and towards the bad things, grandma has done. What could be worse than what I've done, running my family into bankruptcy for the second time, trying to kill Celeste? And that's what I think at the end of the day was at the core of Nutgate.
I agree. I think that a lot of it had to do with that. And I think that she was probably trying to deflect like the attention from her own financial.
Well, financial.
She was bad with money.
Financial and emotional. Financial
bad with money.
and emotional distress. It was both.
Yeah, and I think that Chris was largely unaware and not a participant and didn't like lay down rules and say, listen, we got to do this, or you got to get a real job, or he didn't stand up and deal with it until the time came where it was shined upon him by his own mistress that hey, what's going on? I think that she shone a light on it in a way that became clear to him because it was someone for whom he put a lot of respect in and respected her opinion because she was not Shanann. But I think I don't want to give NK any credence here, but I think that she was a practical person. And she's like, hey, what's going on here? You guys can't afford all this. I know how much you're making. I don't know how much she's making, but it doesn't seem like it's going to add up. Where's the money coming from? And it wasn't there.
No,
NK is a sexy empanada. Put some respect on it, okay?
Yeah, right. The sexy skanky empanada.
He made
okay.
That, but
No, I'm kidding.
She was, geology, and no offense or whatever, but geology is a science degree. She had a Bachelor of Science, so she was probably really practical as far as checks and balances and stuff like that. And I think that maybe she got through to him in a way that maybe his parents couldn't, or he couldn't rely on his friends to do. But I don't, I'm just gonna call it like I see it. she was probably telling him the truth. Like, where's this money coming from? And he's like, oh gosh, I don't know. You know, because
Here's
I'm
what I find interesting about NK, and people can disagree, whatever, but NK is no dummy, okay?
No,
and
not at all. She's
she
very
and Shanann, they were as different as they were. There are so many parallels for me. It just comes in a different form.
Yes, I totally agree
They
with that.
both had this strong female energy that Chris was attracted to. In the beginning, whatever it was between Chris and Shanann, we don't know that much about it, so it's hard for us to speak on it. But I see the same parallels with Chris and NK as I see in the dynamic of his marriage with Shanann. And again, with NK, it comes in a different form, okay? And because I don't like her, I would normally say she's a different shade of shit, but it just is that same control that he couldn't ever break away from in all of his close relationships. It was the same with his family, with his mom, with his dad, with his sister, with Shanann.
Agreed.
He had never had an adult relationship before until Shanann, really, none to speak of. And so he comes under the umbrella of her control until he finally decides he wants to be his own person. And how does he do that? Make a decision for himself to run right to the next woman and become under her control. Everything in Chris's life you could attribute to someone else. He was just a waif, coasting by,
I've
waiting
pointed that
for
out
the
too
next
in
person
the
to
past.
snatch him up and tell him what to do.
We lost Kurt, by the way, I think.
Now,
Oh,
I just want to say really
walked away.
quick, people are talking about the photos of the girls with the allergy scratch test on their back, and there's some controversy about, like, was it Bella or Cece? There was a photo of both Bella and Cece, each one of them, when they were having the allergy scratch test done, and there was redness on each of their backs. Now, what does that mean? We don't know. What were they allergic to? We don't know. It could have been grass, you know? So I just want to clarify that as a small point.
It's HIPAA protected, and
Yes.
Chris sealed their medical records. So we won't know for sure. We just have to go based on what we've heard.
Right.
And there was a prescription for an EpiPen for Cece. That's what we can garner.
How do we know there was a prescription? We don't even know that.
We can garner that from the police footage and from NK's testimony.
Well, I mean,
Chris's
we know
testimony.
that there were EpiPens. We also know that NK said that there was a shitload of EpiPens in the basement. You don't get a shitload of EpiPens through prescription. You can get a shitload of EpiPens from ordering them illicitly offline on the internet, obviously. But we don't know.
We don't.
Yes,
We
but
don't
we don't know either way for sure. But you can believe one way or the other. But just for what we know, we don't know either way.
So I'm not sure if this was a question that was asked by the FBI after he was in prison and they went back to see him, or if it was asked during, his random interviews that he was having done. At one point, somebody said, "Do you think that if Miss Kessinger was not involved, this would have happened?" And I kind of felt he was serious when he said, "I don't think if he was with Nikki, that what happened occurred." So it really bothered me when I heard that statement, because a lot of the things that I researched in this entire case, when I was doing it and I was deep diving it, I'm like, oh my gosh, it feels like it was a plan in advance that was set up way before the 6-week mark. And when he thought about it, he's like, if I didn't meet her way back then, possibly this wouldn't have happened. And it kind of had like some realism.
They both said that. He and Nicole said that. I mean, that's kind of indisputed at this point. And the facts are that she Googled him and Shanann a year before, which is weird.
2017.
There's no answer for that.
He
There's
was a
no answer for that
Empress.
other than that she was a stalker.
No,
He was
actually,
a
there was.
limperist
He
through and
said
through,
to the
though.
FBI, "I introduced Shanann in in the interviews, the FBI interviews. He said I introduced her at the 4th of July party, and she
No,
always
no,
liked
no,
her."
he did not. No, he did
No,
not.
no, he did
That's
not.
something
I
he told.
That's
swear
not.
that's what I heard.
No,
I might have
that's
heard it
not.
wrong.
I know.
That's
I mean,
conjecture.
I know. Yeah, I know those interviews backwards and forwards, and like I throw them up every
No,
day.
he told
Yeah.
Carolyn Cadle that in a phone conversation, not even a letter. So that could be something that Sherilyn Cadle said. But to my research, he spent the prior year's 4th of July with Thayers. And unless they were all at the same 4th of July gathering, like, no, I
I'm
don't think
sorry, you
that,
broke up with what? I apologize. I didn't hear it.
I don't think that he knew Nicole before. I think that
Yeah, I
she,
don't know if he did.
She
I
stalked
don't know.
him.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
do think she stalked him. I do.
yeah. I do
Mm-hmm.
too.
I do
Personally,
too. What? Go ahead, Kelly. I'm so sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I don't that none of us know. There's no evidence out there for anybody to know definitively. If it was, I promise, with my 7,281 Watts files, I would know. But there's no evidence out there that's definitive. I believe I don't. I think she stalked him. Yeah.
You know, the saying, this is what's interesting about Chris to me. If you, and just relative to what we're talking about now, if you really, take pause and listen to his interviews and take notes, the age adage, for every action, there's a reaction. With Chris, for every action, there's someone telling him what to do or a reason why he did it. He takes no direct accountability for everything. And every direct question that he's asked, he falls back on a rule, what someone else said, what someone else imposed. There's never a clear indication of what was going on in his mind specifically. And even when he tries, or when he's asked questions specific to that, he still reverts back to someone else's influence in that decision. Total codependency across the board.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. For him to have taken any kind of responsibility would be for him to have an identity, which he didn't. He was just totally devoid of any human spark, as far as I
agree.
And I don't know how
Yeah.
to put that in any relatable terms, but my intuition says that there was something completely lacking from him at birth. I don't think it's anything that his family did. His sister seemed to turn out normal. I'm not blaming the Watts family. I think that there's something just devoid in this one individual.
Well, and I think that's what gave him the charm, the superficial charm, and the ability to be such a chameleon and to be what everyone thought he was, because he became what everyone needed him to be in any situation that was presented to him. Regardless of what he might have felt independently, he wanted to present himself in the way that was most favorable to the person receiving it. That's a chameleon.
Yeah.
It's a snake in the grass.
Absolutely.
And they can adapt to whatever situation to make themselves. It's manipulation. And whether I don't know that even that was apparent to him, but that's what I see. Sorry, DC, I'm talking over you. Go ahead, Darlene.
I mean, to your point, the scariest thing is that he looked just like anybody else. He was, you call it a snake in the grass. Other people, like Dr. Phil, have called it a wolf in sheep's clothing. I mean, these people are out there. They're your Chris Watts. They're your Richard Allens. I mean, these people are out there, and it is because they can blend in. And it's really important for the community, the true crime community, to educate the people around us to these factors. I mean, we need to become aware that these people are out there. They're not like the rest of us. There is something fundamentally different about them. And it's not about their upbringing, in my opinion. It's not nature versus nurture. I mean, these people are fundamentally different, and it's nothing that anybody did wrong, because there are many people that have grown up in much worse circumstances that have grown up to be amazing individuals.
That's right. That's right. Wait, really quick. I just want to say, Haley V, or at the scene with Haley V, thank you. Welcome, darling. And thank you so much for the super chat. She says, I think that Nutgate was a last straw for everyone. I think so too. I think that's really where a lot of this breaks down to. And then Jane, you are totally right with the dates that Kessinger had first Googled both Chris Watts and Shanann Watts. And Jane says, and thank you for that. She says, Chris was Googled first on August 3rd, then Shanann on September 1st of 2017. And yes, that is correct. Thank you for pointing that out. I wouldn't have remembered those days off the top of my head right now because I'm a little tired. And then something else I wanted to address was Glam's Girl says, I think the discovery dates are off. The detective made a mistake noting August as 9 instead of 8th, meaning the month. I found several anomalies like that. Yes, there are several anomalies like that, or we can call them errors or screw-ups or indiscretions or stupid mistakes in discovery. And they also occur at extremely important points. I mean, gosh, we could do a whole series of lengthy videos just about that. But I think that's important to note when we're looking at the discovery. You know, we do look to the discovery for evidence and for facts. Keep in mind that there are a lot of careless errors as well. So that's all I have to say.
No, there are errors. People are human, right? Most people are human. But I mean, to my point, and I'm sorry, Kelly, if this is, against your beliefs or whatever,
That's
but
okay.
some people just are not normal. They don't have empathy.
I freaking believe. How the hell is that against my beliefs? Some people are just not normal. I object.
They're psychopaths. I believe they're psychopaths
too.
I don't believe his family is to blame. I don't, and there's like a big debate about that, and it's still debatable in the medical community. But I don't think that his family is to blame, because look at the sister. She seems completely normal, right? I mean, Richard Allen, like Ted Bundy, like Jeffrey Dahmer. His mother was normal. Like, these people are different, and we need to recognize the signs of and the red flags for these people that are just freaking fakers and just chameleons and snakes in the grass and wolves in sheep's clothing. We need to educate ourselves and our friends and family, because these people are out there.
And our subscribers.
Well, and I think that there is something to be said for the element of human error, and I am so sensitive to that. I mean, even in my own life, that's why I work at night, because if I mess up, I probably mess up more than I do things right. If I take my client's network down, I need to be able to fix it by starting a business, right? So that's why I like to work at night, to give myself the time to do things. If I fudge something, it's like I can fix it in time, that whatever. Anyway, I'm sensitive to that, and it wouldn't give me so much pause if, when these errors are called out within the discovery and to law enforcement directly, what happens, there's no mention, there's no explanation. It gets stricken from the record, erased from the discovery, and there's a re-release omitting that information. And that's what bothers me, and that's what gives me pause and makes me ask the question, what are you hiding from us? Why is there so much redacted? Why is there so much of a retraction? Why is there so much of a non-explanation? And what I think captivates everyone about this case is I don't ever remember one in recent memory from the time the wellness check is called and the missing person, the missing person is filed. Everything's on video. We have the detectives, we have the body cam footage, we have her friends, all the interviews, we have Shanann's whole life on her Facebook page that we can reflect back on. And for there to be so much video evidence and, phone evidence and logs, to have this many questions and this many unanswered questions does not make sense. There's things that we're not being told. There's things that we're not clued in on. There's cases that are 25 years old that get solved by a blade of grass. How is this case not making sense to so many people? There's a reason for that, and it's by design. What the reason is, I haven't yet discovered, and I'm not going to figure it out tonight. Let's not kid ourselves. But that's what is so hard for everyone to get over in this case. I don't know of one.
Yes,
that has this
it
much
is by
information.
design. I agree.
It's
100%.
so frustrating.
It
So
is frustrating because there's a collective involvement from not only the psychopath, Chris Watts, his narcissistic girlfriend, his wife who was anxious and overwhelmed, and to layer on top of that special interests by Weld County in that time during an election year, and the pressure on the prosecution to shut this thing down because their star witness was basically full of lies and inconsistency. They could never put her on the stand. She would be obliterated by the defense.
Yeah. I think so. I do. Here, I was just saying to Sarah Lochte has been making a couple good points. I just want to read this really quickly. She just pointed out, and Lee R.D. had also made a good comment. If I can get back to it and read it, I'm going to. Well, I think she said something like, she thinks that NK, told Chris that he needed to get out of the house and he could move in with her. Is this right, Lee R.D.? And had she not done that, maybe things would have gone differently, kind of thing. I think that may have been the case too. I mean, he knew he didn't have money. She had to start to get that idea. Now, Sarah Lochte was also bringing up the point that Nichol Kessinger had given Chris the key to her apartment. Remember that? We haven't talked about that in a long time. I think that was another really important point in this case, important for him at least. And then Sarah says, you weren't supposed to give keys out to people not on the leasing agreement. Was leave Jim alone on the lease. We know she gave him a key. Well, I don't think she gave a shit about the leasing agreement, but she was giving out those keys like crazy,
I love how leave Jim alone has just become a verb, like on Watts Island.
I know.
It's so interchangeable. But here's one thing that I think is super telling about NK. DC, I'm so sorry. I keep talking over you, darling. I just want to say this, and I'm going to mute myself.
My fault. I was interjecting. It's a catchphrase. That's all.
Such a verb. But one thing I find super telling about NK, and people can agree to disagree, but when in the messages he asked her, oh, she left her ring, what am I supposed to do with this? And she said, I don't know, pawn it. If I was dating a married man, okay, and his family had gone missing, we whatever you think, she knew what the situation was. She knew she was the other woman. She knew they were still very much together, regardless of what she said in her interview, what she told law enforcement. She knew. And if a man asked me that and his wife was missing and we were just seeing each other on the side, I'd say, what do you mean? She's been gone for 24 hours. At that
or like
to me,
12 hours at that point,
or like 12 hours at that point.
Yeah.
I would be so creeped out by that. What do you mean? What do you do with it? Do you know she's not coming back? Leave it where it's at, you freaking weirdo. She knew she wasn't coming back. He knew she wasn't coming back. And that is so telling for me. I don't know, pawn it. And if by stretch she didn't know that Shanann was coming back, at the very least, she didn't give a shit. And that in and of itself says volumes to me. She wanted Shanann out so she could slither in. And however that came, I don't think she cared. And if nothing else, that is the most telling to me. I don't know, pawn it. You don't care where she's at. You don't care if she's coming back. You don't care about the relationship, the marriage,
it proves
nothing.
That her whole persona to law enforcement was like, I'm so worried about her and the girls. I'm so concerned. It's bullshit. I mean, pawn it. She knew she wasn't coming back.
Exactly.
100%.
And it also shows how dumb all of that is. I mean, if you're going to do a crime like this, you're going to get caught. Period.
Yeah.
Nowadays, but there, all the technology we've got, everything that you can do to trace people and do everything. I mean, that if you commit a murder, you're not going to get caught unless it's some kind of mafioso hit, probably where they can like eliminate you and nobody knows what's going on. But I mean,
well, here's the thing, Kurt. It's not about what you know when you're a prosecutor. It's about what you can prove. And the fact that she deleted all of her text messages and phone conversations and phone records to the point where she came back later and said, "Oh, my SIM card is broken." Like there was nothing they could prove at that point, even though they totally suspected her. 100% they did.
Yeah.
We had that conversation about that on one of Kelly's other broadcasts. Remember when we were talking about all that? It's just I don't know.
They couldn't prove anything, so they had to let her walk. And you know what they could use in order to get Chris to confess, because of the fact that they tested none of the physical evidence, Kelly, which we know about, is we got your girlfriend. She was there. We've got her phone pinging there. We see her walking out of the garage. They could say that to him and he could eat it up and say, "Okay, I'll just confess to everything. Just make this go away for her." Because he was in love with her. He was totally under her control. And control is the operative word here.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Very well said. Yeah.
Kelly, I think Jane is wanting to come up, or someone else is wanting her to. So if you want, I can hop down. My voice is like failing.
No, that Jane. Well, if you need to go, we love having you here. If you need to go, because your voice, that's okay. Jane declined. She said she's good, just typing.
Oh, I wanted to hear what she had to say. I thought. Well, I'll probably mute for a little bit and hang back anyway. Like I said, my voice is failing. If she wants to come up, I would love to hear what she has to say. I'm loving panel tonight, so. But I'm going to mute because I always feel like I'm talking over people. So.
Oh, you're such a sweetheart. I love all you guys. You're awesome.
Kelly, I'm going to hop down too. I think
I love having you here, honey, too.
I think I alienated Molson Man and I feel terrible about it.
Oh my gosh. No, I will. We'll talk to Molson Man. I'm sure he's fine. It was just like, as allegedly was saying, it's a very tough conversation we had. We've had a lot of people on panel. I think that everybody handled it really well, and I'm sure he'll be fine. So,
well, it's hard to speak from a mom's perspective from having two little kids at the same time. It is, but I can speak from that perspective. And, I'm sorry, Molson Man, if I offended you. I love you so much. Please know that I love you. Okay. Bye.
Aw, yes, we love you. And hey, Ara, thank you so much. She said, of all the Watts creators, Kelly is my favorite and the most fact-based and kind. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Thank you, Ara. I appreciate that. So, man. All right, kids, I'm gonna have to wrap up soon because I'm getting tired, but I so appreciate you. Hi, Fluffy Muppet. You are pretty late, but that's cool. I'm happy you're here.
Yeah, it's like 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. for us, Kelly.
Yeah, I know. Well, thank you, timekeeper. No,
I'm just saying.
No, it is.
Sleep, especially with
it
all
is.
of us.
Remember that commitment to getting over the COVID and all that completely. I do need sleep. But this has been it's been a really good discussion. I just want to say, I'm not saying it as the end of this moment, but everyone that's come up on panel, Molson Man, Kurt Stacy, allegedly, Suspicious, DC Primetime, John McSmith. Am I missing anyone? You guys have been so awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mrs. Doubtfire says, brilliant panel. I totally agree. Thank you, Mrs. Doubtfire. And moderators, thank you. You've been working really hard. I really appreciate it. To people that come in here with alts, keep doing your thing. It's all good. Just make sure you hit like on the way out. And all the subscribers and everyone chat. You guys are great. I really appreciate all of you. So yes, Drench Fang says, and welcome. How are you doing? Drench and Fang says, fortunately, it's the weekend, though. Yes, it is. Yeah, thank you. And Lee RD, I always love having you here. I was debating tonight because I do have some content, getting ready to go pretty soon. Well, it's been like waiting little pieces of it. It's probably going to go to a live stream about, the topic that you brought up, the possibility of Kessinger being in or having been in federal prison, because it really is quite a mystery that even though she changed her identity for 4 years, that bitch ain't been seen anywhere, not even by sight. that is a really like amazing feat in my opinion in the day of social media and everything that we do now. So when Lee R.D. brought that up a few months ago, it totally stunned me and a lot of other people. I've looked into it and I've thought about it a lot, and I do think it's possible.
I know you said that, and I've been so curious. After you said that, I was like, what? I completely forgot, but it bothered. I wanted so badly to know, and I kept my eyes out right after you said that for a video or something, and there was nothing. So I'm gonna have to.
Yes. I was
Dang it.
gonna do a live stream on it last week. It was a day after I had done a Kylie Rodney live stream, and then my son just really needed to spend some time with me, so I ended up not doing it. But
Aw.
I have it ready to go, so we'll do soon. There's been so much. Well, here's the problem. I wanted to start discussing cases other than the Watts case, because there are other important issues of justice and just dynamics that have teachable lessons within them going on with other cases. And I really wanted, but then the Kylie Rodney case came and it was just so abundant. And I so strongly believe that there was injustice and betrayal done to that poor young girl. I just, yeah. So, but be careful what you wish for, because then you don't have time for all your Watts content.
Well, Kelly, I just wanted to say too, thank you for giving an open forum for us to discuss things openly and keeping an open mind always is so appreciated. I know how divisive this case can be, because for some, sometimes when someone's passed on, and especially in such a tragic way as this, there's an elevation to sainthood where you just can't speak of anything. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but it's
that's
hard
true.
in some spaces to speak about behaviors and things you see and notice without it coming across as offensive because the person isn't here. And I don't think that's what we're doing here. And I do think that there are things important to talk about and bring up. And I just wanted to say thank you for providing a space where we can do that in a respectful way, but also keeping an open mind to the facts of looking at things for what they are. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Yeah, well, I'm really glad you see it that way. And I think like you guys definitely, I say you guys make the channel, but that has definitely been the goal. There are so many channels out there, and there's a lot of great channels out there. There are a lot of channels out there, and some of them are decent channels that I feel like are really, pushing a certain perspective or pushing a certain narrative. And, and that's okay. It's your prerogative to do that. Or sometimes it's a plan to do that, or sometimes it's just how it happens. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I just feel so strongly that these tragedies that they must have, and I believe that the victims would want this. In this case, I guess I'm speaking about Shanann. When people say, oh, don't talk about her like that. I think it's a wonderful thing if there are lessons that can actually, enhance or add value or steer people away from a terrible situation, right now, where people can learn from it and actually take something out of it that's going to make their life better, save their life, or whatever the case may be. So I think it's only in like a forum like you described that we can really do that. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Doubtfire. I really love that comment too. Thank you very much.
Real quick before we go, Kelly, I was going to ask you, is there still issues going on where like people are being unsubscribed and all that kind of stuff?
I don't think so. Knock on wood though, right? So,
Okay.
I mean, I know that notifications, this is true across the board with YouTube. I've heard from a lot of other creators and whatnot, are really not going out to people the way they should, but that's a YouTube issue. But as far as just, the hack on my channel and all of that, again, knock on wood. I've had my, I'm using a new computer now, and I've had it like fully like jacked up with security, and I have somebody actually monitoring it on a couple times a weekly basis. I mean, it just had to happen, because when he looked into it, I haven't even spoken about some of this, because I'm actually trying to look into who did it. So, if I can get down to the bottom of it, I would definitely press charges. So there's some things I don't even want to talk about, but the level to which my information was compromised and kind of like broken into was like way more than I even suspected.
Right.
So I hopefully have taken care of that. And as far as I know, there haven't been any other issues, and I hope that there are not. So,
good.
And Sarah Ray says, people on this live are so nice. I feel really welcome. Thank you. I unsubscribed to another channel last night. They were really nasty. Well, I'm glad that you think that. We want to be welcoming. We want to welcome all kinds of opinions. And it makes me so happy when people say things like that. So thank you so much, Surya. So yeah. So, all right, guys, actually, it probably is time for me to wrap up because it is getting late, but let's definitely do another Watts live stream in the next few days because there's a lot more. I always do this. I have way more information than I can possibly fit into a live stream. So this can spill in over into a part 2. The thumbnail for this says the timeline after Nutgate. We really didn't even get to that because there is a lot of context that's required before and really during the actual active Nutgate incident to understand everything. So we'll get more into the timeline after because I think there's some really, compelling, at times stunning facts that we can bring out when we take a look at that, when we take a look at the facts. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Suspicious and Kurt Stacy. You guys are awesome. Love you guys.
You too, Kelly. Thank you for providing such a platform to discuss these things in an honest and open way. And I always have a good time when I come on here and
yes.
have a great night. And we'll see you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. I'm glad that you're back. Glad you're well. And it's great having you here. And then Mrs. Doubtfire says, I hope your mods also understand, Kelly, there is a different perspectives all around the Watts case. Ara and Jennifer are brilliant. So I just wanted to say that the kudos to Ara and Jennifer. The mods are great. And I think, the mods here in general, have the same philosophy that we're talking about. No, they all do. And they're wonderful. So, yeah. You there, sis?
Yeah, I was just waiting. He's so great.
He is great.
Nice. I feel like it's always like a woman dominant panel. So it's always so like refreshing when men hop on for a different perspective. But I was about to hop off too. I just wanted to say thank you again, Kelly. And
thank you, darling. You're awesome.
To chat with you.
Always love having you up. And how are you feeling? Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I just can't really.
You sound better, but I can tell your voice is a little weak still. Yeah,
it is, and it's like I don't know. I just can't get it back 100%. I keep trying, and I talk a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I've got it, but it's like after I talk for a while, it just goes to shit again. Excuse me, but I just can't get it back all the way. I'm trying. So
yeah,
I feel okay though. I hope you're feeling better as well.
Good. Yeah, I am. We're all on the mend, I guess. So that's good. All right, honey. We'll love you. Take care of yourself and the kitties and the husband. And again, please send the message along to the husband that we appreciate his service and all that he's given, and you too, honey.
Thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon. Have a good night.
All right, sweetheart.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Oh gosh, you guys are awesome. Honey ginger tea weather. Oh yes, it definitely is. Yes. Let's see. And Aaron, yes, you're a lovely mod too. Yes, Aaron's wonderful. Oh my gosh, all you guys are great. Let's see. Let me see if there's a couple other comments I read here. So yeah, that's what's up. So yeah, Aussie True Crime, thank you for being here. It's always great to see you. And everyone else. Jody, thank you so much. Ara, Jennifer Bradford, I know she left. Gregory, I think you're still here. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Kevin, oh my goodness, who am I missing? Oh, I know I'm missing. I made a lot of people. TC Primetime, but a lot of people mods recently because especially during the Kylie Rodney case, there was a lot of trolley action going on. So all of you that are doing the work of moderating, I really appreciate it. Let's see. So yeah, Glamorous Girl, I'm glad that you found this channel and thank you for being here. I'm glad you had a really good experience. You guys are so funny. Oh, thanks, Aaron. We're glad you're here. So, all right, guys, everyone take care. Please be safe. We'll see you soon. Please hit the like button on the way out. It just helps the algorithm supports the channel, and I really appreciate it. You guys are all great. You make the channel, and we will see you very soon. Oh, Haley, yeah, I did tag you a couple times since you don't have the quotes anymore, and I didn't have any issues. I haven't been on quite as much lately, but I haven't been doing as much tagging, but there are no more issues. And when I do tag, I will tag you, my friend. I won't forget you. I never do. But yeah, so just know that there were no scenes with tagging you. All right. Take care, sweetie.